Course plays a part, certainly at the very front of the field in the GT3, the SP9 category. It's all about getting the best out of the tyres, and it's the tyre life that tends to be more limiting than, or as limiting at least, as the fuel.
Oh, exactly. We started the season with people playing a very straight pack. They tried to learn the routine, but boy, oh boy, in recent rounds have we seen people playing very, very different tactics. Hasn't always worked, but it certainly keeps us on our toes. They try and decide, is it going to be 23 laps, 22, 24? And it makes a huge difference to slot in your 3 pit stops and see if, in fact, you might end up needing one extra one. If it looks as though you're suddenly the race leader is suddenly going to do an extra lap, that will commit you to it too. More of that later, though, John. I feel there'll be more twists and turns in this one as we sort out who's going to win the titles.
Tell me about the titles at the moment, Bruce, because we did manage to get a winner in one of the categories last time around in the first of our Tuesday evening races, which I should explain is to allow the real-world drivers, who are now, of course, back in full metal racing, to continue to be able to take place. But we did get, I think, a championship sorted last time out.
Yeah, the Cup 2 class, John, for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup runners, Sim RC Cup 2 came out on top. But I mean, the thing is, it's incredibly complex, the point scoring system. It's very much like the series on which this is based, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. In the number of points you score for a win, or second place or third place, is dependent on how many people start the class. So, correct. For example, at the top class, you've got the leading team, the MANN FILTER team, HTP Winwood. This is after one score has been dropped. They lead on 58.53 points. No, 59.53. And the next one's on 58.7. Deal in small slices of decimals. And they've got 12 cars starting in the top class today. So at least the teams know that. But really, what they've got to do, we've got potentially 3 teams that can settle the top title in their favour. They all know they've got to win. That is the basic outcome from the outset. So let's see how it unfolds. We'll start getting the slide rule out and licking our finger and sticking it in the wind and trying to work out exactly who's going to come out on top. But for now, top 3 teams going for gold, and let's see how they fare. And it's going to be, again, I'm sure, a tactical call from someone, and they may get it right. But equally, if, as I said before, you end up needing to do one extra lap, that can throw everything out of the window. So everybody involved, 2 driver teams, 3 driver teams, they'll all be using as much help as they can from real life race engineers to try and work out what's the best tactic. It's extraordinary how lifelike it is.
Well, and haven't we seen, Bruce, such a variety of tactics in the races that we've seen so far. And it's not always, or should I say, there is not a one size that has fit all, A, in what people have chosen to do, and B, in what has been successful.
Entirely so. I'm starting to believe, quite honestly, that some of the teams decided through the course of this 9-race championship they're going to try 9 different tactics, because it certainly seems that, you know, they've worked their way through the book. And the last time out, the most recent round, which was only at the start of October, it ended up with a 3rd win for Team BMW Bank. That's Kai Kashuba and Niels Koch primarily. But, you know, they really, really have been on their toes. It's very difficult for anyone to win. Well, we've only got one team that's won more than once, and that's Team BMW Bank. But, you know, they've really had to be on their toes. And I just think people are trying more and more extreme tactics, to the extent that we've almost felt caught out. When a car comes in after 4 laps, you're thinking, you've got to do at least 6 on your opening stint, yet that has proved a winning tactic. And what wins one weekend, well, or one midweek, now we're having midweek races, other people may try it, and it just may not be right. But certainly
just
keeps
a
us
quick
on our
note.
toes, John.
Yes, absolutely. Just a quick note about Season 2, which is now already being organised. 28th of November for the first race of the season. Then it will be the 19th of December, 16th of January for race 3, 20th of February for race 4, and the 5th race on the 6th of March. That is the VCO powered Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, Digital Langstrecken-Series for the 2021 season. So not that much time for people to get turned around. And again, those dates being chosen, and I've spoken to the guys at VCO, those dates being chosen to give the real world races, the full metal races, as Bruce coined that term earlier on this year, give them the best opportunity to take part in these races, and they have done, and we've seen a number of them through the series. And it's good to see that some of them, if not all of them, obviously we understand that their day jobs have got to be looked after, but some of them at least have continued to carry on through the season, very notably Bruno Spengler and Adam Christodoulou, who have continued on, and one or two others as well, Bruce. And I think it does really add just a little bit of spice to have the real world guys coming in to pit themselves against a set of sim virtual drivers who are very, very good indeed.
Yes, it was absolutely noticeable at the start of the season when the real world races came across, how they went, oh, these guys are very, very good, aren't they? And because the drivers who are regular sim racers were totally comfortable with how to place their car on the circuit, particularly when they were in traffic and trying to overtake, relative to the full metal races, it took a few rounds, and only a few rounds, because of course you can practice all week long if you want to get up to speed, before the regular racers, sorry, the real world racers were on a par. But what I really think, I'm so delighted to hear that it's kicking off again on the 28th of November. It means for all the regular guys who got their regular racing in, but in a compressed 2020 season, well, we all know why, but it means they should have got that out of the way, and then they can concentrate on keeping themselves sharp through the closed season, through the winter. And I think the number of people coming out to play will really rocket. Obviously, it's drifted a little bit towards the end of this season in the DNLS, but when we get to DNLS 2, I think it's going to be chock full, because competitors are competitors, are they not, John?
Oh, and all of the drivers, the real world drivers I've spoken to, have said it has absolutely been truly important for them to continue to quote unquote drive. And you know, there are transferable skills. We know it's not exactly the same, but there are transferable skills. There's no doubt about that, and it has allowed those full metal drivers to stay sharp. And you know, playing FIFA, if you're a Premiership footballer, probably not the same. Same as, you know, Madden if you're a NFL quarterback. I suppose you can still learn some routes and things like that, but it's not the same as sitting behind a steering wheel with 180 degrees worth of screens, force feedback, etc., etc. It doesn't have the same relationship as that has to when you're driving a car. We've got qualifying underway for the SP9 GT3 cars. Chris Jansen is behind the wheel of the number 188. Luca Trefes has gone out in the number 2. Adam Christodoulou 2, as he is in iRacing, because he didn't get his own name first, which always makes me giggle, is back out in the 101. Niels Koch has left the pits in the 107 BMW Bank car. Neil Verhagen is out in the 113. Florian Baudin in the 87. Augustin Canapino in the Mahle Audi 109, all out on the circuit. And I'll see if I can grab you a few other names of drivers. Sami Matti-Trogen out in the 186, so that there's some big hitters. Lauren Heinrich as well in the 189. That's another one of the BMWs. And Phil Ellis, there's another one of the real-world drivers who has been taking regular part in the DNLS. And he's just gone across the line in the MANN FILTER Team HTP Winward Mercedes, the number 48. Marcel Markovits for Schnitzelarm Racing. Well, I've had chicken tonight, so I'm not quite as hungry. Although every time I say Schnitzelarm, I do really fancy a schnitzel. Who else is out there that we haven't mentioned? No, Christodoulou just going across the line there. So this is the qualifying session, and with just under 5 minutes to go, we are going to have, Bruce, probably just one lap for these guys to get their time in.
Yeah, it's always something that amuses me, the fact that qualifying can end and they literally line up straight onto the grid for the race. But with the big guns going out, they get an out lap and then they get a flyer. And if they get it wrong, of course, the field starts in the separate groups for the 4 different classes. So it's not too diabolical if you're not right at the front. But we've seen racing from the very second the lights go green, haven't we, John? We know it's a 3-hour race, but it is so realistic, so lifelike. They absolutely treat it as though the first corner is the most important one in the race.
And we have seen races won and lost there, both on the first lap and on the last lap as well, to be fair.
Well, yes, the penultimate corner of the final lap, it has been really, really intriguing. We've also, in terms of intrigue, we've had several races won and then taken away for infringements, like getting the driver times wrong. And certainly that could have changed the championship around. Williams Esport, they lost one of the races, handed it to HTP Winward. We mentioned Phil Ellis, but he and Jack Sedgwick said, thank you very much. You didn't read rulebook properly. We'll take that one. But, you know, again, that is part of the whole procedure, John. People have had to learn. The rulebook is very good, very clear. It's online if you go onto the sites. And I have been bowled away by how much attention to detail has been put in by VCO for their championships. My naivety, perhaps, I'm new to this year, but I really have been deeply, deeply impressed. And, of course, the way that we can see the cars at any point around the circuit, and any incident can be caught from inside the car, above the car, behind the car, in front of the car. And I think the TV directors on this just do a phenomenal job in telling the story for us.
Sami Matti-Trogen looking for a gap there and allowing another car through in the Mahle Audi. And he, therefore, I would think will be taking the shortcut back onto the start-finish line and starting another lap to get the time. We've got left only a couple of minutes to go. 7:53.5 is the best time at the moment. That is by Team BMW Bank. Race winners this year, Niels Koch with Kai Kashuba in the 107 car. Sami Matti-Trogen in the 186 Mahle Racing team. That's Williams Esports a keep as well. 186, just 0.088 of a second behind. That's on a 7-minute, call it 8-minute lap. So we're talking tiny margins here. Augustin Canapino for Williams Esports, another one of the Audis. That's a 109 car. That's another 10th and a half behind. Very small margins, as we've come to expect, Bruce, at the head of the field, with qualifying coming to an end in just under a minute's time. And Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh with you, live in sound and vision. If you have to move away and you don't have the bandwidth, we're on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of sound and
Die gefährlichste Rennstrecke der Welt. Der kleinste Fehler wird sofort bestraft. Denn nur wer auf Qualität setzt, kann das Rennen gewinnen. Spezialfedern. Das Fahrwerk.
Coming into final moments of qualifying, NASCAR to pole position.
T4 category, now two different GT4 cars, of course, with the Porsches and the BMW. So far this year, that has generally been a Porsche Cayman benefit, although the BMWs are getting closer, and Core Sim Racing 2, Carl Janssen, already that team confirmed as the teams and drivers champions ahead of Manuel Weibel in the Team RSO 397. Best of BMW's Tom Valentini for Sim RC.de Carbon, and Sasha Berger for the Zorg Rennsport GT4 team. That's another Porsche. In the TCR category, it's all Audis there, of course. Sim RC TCR. This is a very interesting category, but not many points needed to confirm the championship for those guys. 476 car, Jürgen Frank on top by 0.3 of a second from Marius Gollenbeck for Core Sim Racing TCR. Team Heusingfeld 404, Marcel T at the wheel of the 404 car, Dennis Neidhart for .exe Esports in fourth position there. Those were the pole positions and leading runners, Bruce Jones, earlier on. And we always get good racing in those classes. Now, you know, clearly we haven't got quite as many runners in the top category here tonight, so we may well be looking at some of those other categories, but they do, certainly TCR at the beginning of the race, will probably see the top 7, 8, 9, or however many, possibly the whole field, tied together with very short pieces of bungee cord.
It's a tradition, John. It's a tradition we very, very much like. We sort of think, let's come back in 2 hours. We know they're going to be nose to tail. And the odd incident. But one thing that always really makes me laugh is the fact that if one of the drivers in that leading sextet, say, has been the moment, they tend to be able to, as long as they haven't lost too much time, catch on to the tail again, because you get this massive tow down the long run down the Dottinger Hoa, and it gives a wonderful drag to the car at the back, and it just pulls it back into the pack. It's almost like it gets a plaster, something just to fix the problem. It brings it back into the battle, and the cars just seem bulletproof. I really, really do like the TCR class. It's just thoroughly entertaining.
It's Bruce Jones, I'm John Hindhoff. Niels Koch then already on pole position for Team BMW Bank as it stands at the moment. Niels currently coming out of the Caracciolo carousel and heading up to the highest part of the circuit. The checkered flag is out, and therefore these laps will count. Sami Matti-Trogen in second is actually not that far behind the third place car on the track, which is Agustin Canapino in the Williams Esports machine. So Koch, Sami Matti-Trogen, Agustin Canapino, your top three, with Phil Ellis for MANN FILTER Team HTP Winward in fourth position, with the Mercedes on a fast lap as well at the moment. 7:53.5 is the best we're getting from the track at the moment. Looking, sorry Bruce, go ahead.
He just had a bit of an off earlier in the lap, unless my eyes totally deceived me. The Mahle Racing Team car with Sami Matti-Trogen, second fastest at the moment, went past him. And certainly the grey bit, as far as I remember, is back, and the green bit grass. And the Williams Esports car with Canapino was on the latter. So you don't think he'll be tilting for pole unless he's found a super new route that works.
And being on the grass is never the right thing to be, unless you're in rallycross.
And again, it just stresses how long the lap isn't. We saw Niels Koch forever ago, and he still had 2.5 minutes of the lap to go, but he's now crossed the start-finish line. Just waiting for the times to come up on screen. 7:52.246. So he's. Oh, sorry, that's the BS competition car. So that's suddenly gone top from Niels Koch.
So through across the line for BS competition, confirmed then with a 7:52.246, and all of a sudden that gap has been pulled right out, and that is Lauren Heinrich for BS competition in the 189 car. So that is a huge gap back to Sami Matti-Trogen, who vaults over Niels Koch. So there's a new look at the top, BS and Mahle. BMW and Audi on the front row. Team BMW Bank coming to the line shortly. Here comes Adam Christodoulou as he crosses the line. His best lap is a 7:55.9, good enough for sixth position. There's the BMW Bank car, and does improve, but BMW Z4 front row as through comes team Marcel Marcevic. Seventh position for Marcel. That was his fastest lap. So everybody putting their fastest laps of the qualifying on that second flying lap. So Bruce, looks like we are getting that front row sorted out with a BMW lockout. That's bad news for everybody else, because both of those teams are very, very quick indeed.
It was, I mean, very, very fleetingly, the Mahle Racing Team Audi went onto the front row. It was already BMW 1-2 after the second flyer from BS competition went to the top, but immediately Team BMW Bank fought back. Niels Koch got back onto the front row, separated by 3/4 of a second, then just over half a second back to the Mahle Racing Team. So very much advantage in qualifying, at least to the Z4 BMW. But, and we've seen this round in, round out, the Audis never feel they're that quick in qualifying. It's not an excuse, they just feel that's how it goes, and then through the course of the race, they're pretty happy on their tyres. Still, we will see the traffic get as the last few runners are just coming back round to go into the grid. They've completed their second flying lap, they've gone round the back of the pits, well, the run before, and didn't turn left onto come into the pits, and hey presto, they'll be on the grid very soon indeed, because we go racing in 5 minutes.
Fantastic. Very good. So into the pits. The weather looking absolutely cracking. I would say that we are looking at early morning or early-ish morning start here in terms of the sim day from where the sun is in the sky. BS competition then from Team BMW Bank as they lock out the front row, 3/4 of a second between those two. Then the two Audis from Mahle, Williams Esports. MANN FILTER Team P Winwood, Phil Ellis has the best AMG Mercedes with Team Heusingveld and Adam Christodoulou alongside him for company on row 3. Row 4, Schnitzelam is another Mercedes from Race Union SP9 and Florian Baudin in 8th position, and the top 10 made up by the BMW Junior team, Neil Verhagen and Jens Althaus for the EFP car collection by Teke Red, number 33 Audi. That's your top 10. And we'll confirm the qualifying results. Luca Treffers, by the way, for Vodafone Get Speed is the only car that we haven't mentioned there in 11th position.
Actually, John, there's one further one in the SP9 class. Car 188, the Ring Fitsiert sim racing entry, Christopher Janssen. He's new to this zone. He's 17.6 seconds off the pace. Lucy Treffs, brilliant 18-year-old GT4 driver, dipping his toe in the water. He's already done some rounds in the NLS, but good to have him on board. Yeah, good point. Very good point. He was slightly out of position, which is why I missed that. So 12 SP9 would that I was only 17 seconds off a time of Lauren. I would think that I was doing pretty well for that, to be honest. Earlier on, we had the qualifying for the other classes. 3 of the classes here. The Cup 2 class is the Porsche 911 Cup class, and they qualified as follows, with the 276 on pole position for Sim RC Cup 2. Alongside them, the world famous Martin Asher for Asher Racing in the 227. Second row for them, H2 Performance SRT. Thomas Asmussen was doing the qualifying there, and he will have Till Berme on the second row of the grid in the 201, the WS Racing Cup 2 team. Ren Velten Pro team, Chris Hoek will in 5th position in the 24. Yehun Bang from Euro Motorsports in the 266. Okay. And T3 Esports Gamma has Novell with Ring Racing, and Taku Watanabe behind, or alongside him rather. Alex Autumn for Race Union in the 282, and the 303 is at the pole position for Core Sim Racing. They have won the championship, but good to see them doing the last race of the season. Then it's Manuel Verbal for Team RSO, SimRC.de Carbon, Zorg Rensport and Esports. Keep on Racing RN Vision STS Sim Racing team is next up, and a smattering of BMWs in there with Tom Valentini, the best of them. Then Schnitzelam, WS Racing, Adrenaline E-Motorsport and T3 Motorsport by Simashek, Tobias Barker in 10th position in that category. Sasha Rubel just behind them as well. That's effectively the GT4 or SP10 category. Adrian Garank for the second of the LZ Esports teams, actually the third of the esports teams in terms of how they are named. For SP3T, which is ECR, Felix Luding doing what Felix does and getting pole position from Marius Golombek. So Sim ECR from Core Sim Racing, Heusingveld 404 and .exe Esports, Zorg Rensports Esports, Team Nürburgring Esports, and Durner Motorsport Club EV bringing up the 7th position. So that is how they will be looking as they line up, which they are all starting to. So, any thoughts, Bruce? I'll give you some thoughts, some crystal clear thoughts, hopefully, when someone suddenly does in the front class to pit after 3 laps. When yes, someone does something different. There was a vague script at the start of the champion. It's not just the drivers, John. A lot of these guys guys and girls employ full-time race engineers. Race engineers want to have their say as well, and they sit at the side and they offer tactical advice as well, and it's certainly made things very, very interesting.
The temperatures how they are at the moment with the regulations, and don't forget, in the top class, if you come into the pits, no matter how much fuel you think you need, so even if you're in a splash at the end, you've got to put 4 new tyres on, and that will take a wee bit more time. So every pit lane visit for the SP9 cars, the GT3 cars at the front, must have 4 new tyres. You must change your driver twice in that category. So if you've got 3 drivers, then that makes it, fairly easily. Sorry, my chair just decided to go down to its lowest setting, and I disappeared behind the desk for a moment. If you've got 2 drivers, then it's driver A handing to driver B, then driver B handing back to driver A, even if you're double stinting, and that's what has caught some people out. Both of those, tyre rule and the driver rule, has caught people out and cost victories earlier on this year. So the final round of the DNLS, powered by VCO, the MANN FILTER 3 Stunden. Here we go for the final time of this season, with next year's dates already out. Check the VCO eSports website. The Porsche safety car will pull off to the right-hand side as we're ready to go racing. Lauren Heinrich, Niels Koch, Sami Matti-Trogen, Augustin Canapino, Phil Ellis, Adam Christodoulou, Marcel Markovic, Florian Boda, Neil Verhagen, Jens Althaus, Philip Noller starting the Vodafone team. Get Speed, Mercedes and Christopher Janssen. Green flag is out, and they spread out. The 2 BMWs getting a decent start and trying to get down to the first corner. BS Competition look to have the drop, and the whole shot with the second BMW dropping in. Here comes the Mahle. Audi in 3rd position. The distinctive white and green colours coming through the Chill Blast car. Nice start by them. It's the 109 of Augustin Canapino, with Phil Ellis, the first of the 2 very bright yellow AMG GT3s, the Schnitzelheim car, sitting in behind for Marcel Markovic. It's down to the hairpin for the first time. Remember, it's the short run down to the hairpin on the Grand Prix circuit. Climbing straight back up towards the top of the hill, left then right-handed. Opening moments then, with 3 hours on the clock, and Bruce Jones, we're off and running with a clean start at the front of the field.
Very, very clean. I thought for a moment the 5th place starter, the MANN FILTER Mercedes, the really bright yellow one with the green markings, would be able to gain a place, but Phil Ellis couldn't put it past the Williams eSport Audi of Agustin Canapino. One person who did gain position was Marcel Markovic, who got up into 6th place ahead of the Team Heusingfeld version, the other Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou, or Adam Christodoulou 2, as we like to call him. But as they get out into the country, not only keeping the lead are pole man Lauren Heinrich, already starting to stretch clear as the second grid, the Porsche Cup class, comes to make its start.
To the line then, and the field being controlled by the bright yellow number 276 with the Asher Racing team's logos on it. The dark grey rear hindquarters as Martin Asher himself in the black and red car tries to go Buffalo Gals in the long way around turn 1. Doesn't pay off. 3rd position, Till Behrman for WS Racing Cup 2. That is the GT Tyres liveried car. 201, if you can spot the numbers. Great to see these guys using such distinctive liveries, and they've held on to the same ones all year, so that helps Bruce and I as well. Into the hairpin, the 2 Asher Racing liveries, as they have been for most of this season, in fairness. Claudius Veed, Martin Asher, Till Behrman, Thomas Asmussen. There's the top 5 for you, top 4 for you, as we very quickly get into the GT4 category. Watch the BMW on the 2nd row down the inside. We'll follow the pole sitter and see if they can get the run into the first corner. Switches to the outside, that BMW of Victor Brill, as he dives down, trying to make up positions. Not sure it's helped. Oh, it has. He's got past the RSO car and up into 2nd position. Nicely done. So it's Valentini from Christenberg, from Manuel Weibel, who drops into 3rd, then Victor Brill in the 2nd of the BMWs. He's just been passed by Vasilios Belasotis for Keep On Racing, but he gets him back. That's a good little battle going on there. The BMW and that green, or sort of teal and bright red coloured car having a scrap further back down. That's the 311. That's another one of the Schnitzelarm Racing youngsters. Tim Neusser behind the wheel of that car. So another good start, and nice to see the BMWs disputing it early on up the front, Bruce.
Well, exactly. This class, 12 runners in the class. At the start of the championship, it was just Porsche Caymans, Porsche 718 Caymans, but the BMWs have come on strong. In fact, they have 7 starters to the 5 of the Porsches, and more to the point, as the... Oh, hold on, here come the TCR Titans, ready to make their start. But just to make the point, the BMWs are getting better and better, not just in terms of, also in terms of where they're running. This could be a real change for them today. But John, take it away, our TCR heroes.
Coming down the first corner, and it's another one of the Asher Racing car diving down to the inside from pole position. Felix leading for Sim RC TCR, but with the ER, the Asher Racing logos on the side, followed by the orange, white and black of Core Racing in second. The black and grey car in third position is Team Huizingveld. Black and silver grey, really, isn't it? That's the Huizingveld colours. And then, I think one of the most striking cars, the white with the bright red stripes over the top and the sort of echoing the Audi colours. It's the Team Nürburgring Esports, René Kirchhoff. The Audi Sport colours with the almost the Audi lozenge, the Audi Sport lozenge on the side of that car. Right in behind him at the moment, Dennis Neidhart for .exe Esports, then Zorg Red Sport and Derner Motorsport, all sitting in behind there as the top cars, Bruce, already out onto the circuit. Now, have I got my time of day wrong here? Because it seems to be getting
I didn't want
a
to
little bit darker.
You.
No.
The sun was setting, it was falling.
Yes.
As they head down the start-finish straight, the sun was already low in their eyes, and I think 3 hours on from now, it's going to be fully dark. But one thing that we don't have to dispute day or night is the fact that Lauren Heinrich has had a storming opening lap. Now looking at the second, third, fourth place battle, which is Niels Koch, Sami Matti Trogan and Agustin Canapino. But our pole man is saying, Auf Wiedersehen, and off he goes. And I don't know if you noticed, John, in that TCR battle at the start, you were talking how beautiful the livery was, the Audi-like livery in fourth place. It was so attractive, the driver of the car behind it decided to try and rub the paint off around the Mercedes arena. So we're really getting into the nitty-gritty in the TCR class. But up front in the SP9 class, it's a game called Chase Lauren Heinrich. Keep him in sight, because Heinrich absolutely flying as he goes.
Yeah, and has pulled out about a second and a half on his team, on his BMW counterpart, should I say, Naz Koch in second place. Then it's the two Audis. And they are setting, as Bruce says, a cracking pace. Getting overcast now. Now, it doesn't rain in iRacing if you haven't worked this one out before, but it will affect the track temperature, and it will affect the track temperature very quickly indeed. In the Cup 2 category, the two Asher racing cars have pulled away from the rest of the fields by some 3 seconds already. Claudius Veed and Martin Asher. These Cup cars, remember, 991 Gen 2 Porsche Cup cars. That'll be the 4-litre direct injection car as they now head out round the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and they have disappeared really from the rest of the competition. 276 leading is pole sitter Claudius Veed. Meantime, the leaders are already on the Dottinger Hurt, ready to compete their first lap, and from a rolling start, this is going to be a very quick lap indeed. They will get some traffic, but not for about another lap and a half, possibly 2 laps. But here come the Audis drafting up behind the second place. Dark grey, mainly dark grey BMW bank, but the Audi isn't close enough there. The Mahle Racing machine of Sami Matti Trogan as they come into the last chicane before they come back onto the Grand Prix circuit. Cracking opening lap from Lauren Heinrich. That is going to be very quick indeed. From a rolling start, not at full speed, that's impressive.
It really is, John. And I think the fact that the other 3 are only staying with him in terms of a 3-car drag is an absolute sign of how hard Heinrich is pushing from the outcome. In fact, the biggest gap in the top 10, until you get down to one between 9th and 10th, which is 3 seconds, is the one between 1st and 2nd. So Heinrich ahead of Koch, 2.1 seconds, stretching all the time. And Koch really got to watching his mirrors. Sami Trogan, again, BMW ahead of Audi. They have different performance potential at different parts on the circuit, but as they go through the arena section at the start of the lap, in fact, what we're having is what we had in practice in qualifying is the Williams eSport Audi isn't able to live with the other Audi in front of it, the Mahle Racing team. As one can see, looking at the images, he's close, but there is a gap between them. This is unusual.
So first lap completed, 7:54.3. Check that, 7:54.6 for Lauren Heinrich from a rolling start. That's not even 10 seconds slower with a full tank of fuel and very cold tyres indeed, just rolling up the Dottinger Höhe. That's barely 10 seconds away from a qualifying lap. That's very impressive indeed. Yes, it was a clear lap, Bruce, but what you've got to say is that the opening lap from Heinrich has really set the pace early.
Oh, 100%, John. And, you know, he doesn't have to fight the others. He's got the gap. Probably worked his tyres pretty hard to achieve that. But the fact is, they're not close enough to challenge him. He can concentrate on where he wants to be. For the other drivers, don't forget, we talked at the start, John, the sun is fairly low in their eyes. It's not going to be the easiest thing at various points in the circuit as it keeps on going down. In fact, your best bet is to do exactly what Sami Trogan is doing and sit right under the rear wing of Niels Koch's Team BMW Bank Z4. And that might actually give him a bit of screening. But having said that Agustin Canapino was falling away, nothing of the sort. He's catching right up all over again. He's about half a second further back down the road in that fourth place. But those second to fourth really have to fight as a trio.
Bruce Jones and John Hindle for Radio Show Limited Network, along with our colleagues at Race Sport TV. The Langstrecken-Series digital final, powered by VCO this season, and what a championship it's been. And VCO eSports bringing a whole new dimension into what we've seen in the past as the eSports competition, full photography services. We've had driver interviews. There's a magazine show that Ben Constantiouris has been presenting, as well as press releases, and it really has added something, I think, to what we knew, Bruce, was already a very, I mean, it's not as though e-racing has just started. It's a very well-established situation, and the names here are big names and have been for a while. But thankfully, I think we've been able, with VCO, to see them in a new light, in fact, shine a light on the whole sport. And now the crossover has certainly established itself between full metal and virtual world racing.
Yes, in fact, there's some people, you know, even right up in the Formula One World Championship, naming Lando Norris as an outstanding example. I'm amazed he's got time to go racing. He's involved in e-racing in every category he can get his young hands on, and absolutely loves it. He did really well in V8 supercar racing in Australia, you know, the Australian racing scene. IndyCar racing got a bit spicy. Everyone came out and played in the Le Mans 24 hours. But, you know, where provides the most bang for your buck when you're going virtual racing? Of course, it's the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and that is why this championship, powered by VCO, will always be really, really strong. And I love the 5 rounds that we've got listed through the European closed season for all these drivers to keep themselves sharp. I just can only see this growing. I've been blown away by how good it is. The graphics, the way a story can be told, and the fact that you can dial in from anywhere in the world with a live timing screen for a virtual race. For an old fart like me, it's just great to have this sort of stuff I don't always understand.
Yeah, and don't forget, we've got the enhanced radio show limited timing on the page on radio-show.co.uk with the video embed as well. If you didn't catch it earlier on, 5 races, 28th of November this year, 19th of December 2020, race 3, 16th of January 2021, race 4, 20th of February 2021, and the final round, race 5, the 6th of March 2021. 5 rounds then, really before the European full metal season gets underway, and worth keeping an eye on that via the VCO eSports website, and of course here at Radio Show Limited at radio-show.co.uk. Still leading then, Lauren Heinrich with Veed leading the Cup 2 category. We have had a pit caller there. Fabian Mayer in the number 40 has dropped into the pit lane there. So obviously, well, I say obviously, that could be something very tactical, but I would have thought not for that early a stop for the T3 Esports Gamma team. Their other team also dropped into the pits as well. Oh, actually, that car's still running, Lucas Deering, but well behind that the rest of the field.
Is Lucas Deering running? I think he didn't start the race with T3.
Right.
He didn't set a time in qualifying, so I fear he's not managed to drive the car out of the garage. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he comes out. There's still, well, let's face it, about 2 3/4 hours to go and play. Up front, though, Lauren Heinrich, he said he was leading. He's stretching that advantage. 2.9 seconds to the good now. But this battle in the Porsche Cup class, Cup 2, you know, John, we could just go, oh, hold on, we're getting a replay from a previous round because they've fought so hard, the yellow Porsche against the black Porsche. And in fact, we just had to change the position. Martin Asher just flashes into the lead as we get to look at them. Well done, the TV director there. So Martin Asher leading the way from Claudius Veed. Don't think we've heard the end of this one.
Yeah, just heading up through close to Tyre, the motor curve up to the bottom of the run to the Caracciolo carousel. That is a very, very impressive pass there. The cars are moving around. These cars, no ABS, no traction control on the Cup cars. Very difficult in real life to get your head around, and you'd say exactly the same. Not the easiest cars to drive in iRacing, but for the drivers who have got their head around them, they say they like the challenge, and they are, I suppose, Bruce, they must be very entertaining, and also you must feel like it's I suppose if you've tamed this car, you must feel like you've done something pretty special, because there's no electronic aids on these Porsches, and a 911 is never the easiest thing to drive at the best of times.
Well, thank goodness the Nordschleife is such a simple circuit, John. But the thing that really stands out, I can't remember who it was, but you interviewed one of the drivers who runs in the Cup 2 class and said, do you not fancy moving up to the top class, SP9? And whoever it was, and apologies for forgetting, he went, no, because I just think this is far, far more challenging. And actually, in terms of trying to keep sharp, it keeps me sharper than if I was driving, you know, one of the top class cars. So you might think slightly perverse, but why not? You're looking for the challenge, and these really do provide it. Great to see the battle in the TCR class is as tough as ever. Felix Luding, he's been, to me, the gold standard, sharing with Jürgen Frank. But Marius Gollenbeck is right on his tail. But actually, John, what's going wrong? We've only got 3 cars in the lead battle. It's
a good point. Yeah, absolutely right. Just the top 3 together. And it'll probably stay like this until we get to the pit stops for the Audis. And Marcel T it is for Team Heusingfeld, who's tucked in the 3rd of those cars. Meantime, the battle for 2nd position continues to be fought out. Just coming off the Grand Prix circuit in a minute or two. That's the Mahle Audi in 3rd place, the green and white car in behind the dark grey BMW. Oh, the leader in TCR, Felix Luding, drifting the back end of the Audi down the hill as they head down to Exmühle. So through the siphon was that totally sideways. The back wheels, as Martin Haven has said many times in World Touring Cars, the back wheels on a front-wheel drive touring car there, mainly to keep the exhaust from trailing on the ground. Well, they weren't doing a lot of lateral grip there, I'll tell you that. Front tyres tend to be in these 3-hour races, the tyres that get changed don't necessarily have to change all 4, and there are different tyre rules in TCR than they are in the top class, so that comes into part of the strategy as well as the fuel loads. They go a little bit longer than the cars in the other classes, but of course, Bruce, they are just a little bit less quick. I'm not going to say slower, less quick around the Nordschleife. Not far away from GT4 pace, but again, a car that has distinctive handling characteristics. The body shape of a TCR car providing quite a lot of downforce, so they are quite draggy, and they make a big hole in the air. do I detect a little more metallic look to the core racing tangerine, almost a little more copper in the livery on that Audi, and indeed on the core sim racing Cayman as well, the 718 Cayman that is battling for first and second. So we've got a BMW in second position, I reckon now, in the GT4 category. No, we've got a BMW leading, excuse me. Yes, indeed, Tom Valentini.
Because I said just before the start, not only are the 7 of those to the 5 Porsche Caymans showing a reversal, but in the early rounds when they were introduced, they weren't on the pace. But a lot of teams have had a little go. Do you want to drive it this time or not? They've tried it in practice and suddenly thought, yeah, let's go for it. But Tom Valentini putting on a really, really good run. Victor Brill tucked in behind him in the best of the Caymans so far. Sorry, I beg your pardon, I've just moved down a bit. Sorry, Carl Jansen's in second place in his Cayman, then Saul Grensport with their Cayman, and Christian Bug at the wheel of that. But Tom Valentini, yeah, top of the GT4 runners. How times change, and I feel that when we get to next year's series, when I say next year, I mean the second series that starts on the 28th of next month, 28th of November, you know, who's to say that by the end of the second championship we won't have other models coming out to play in the GT4 class? And actually, John, while I'm on, could I just throw in one question? I was just wondering what it would be like. Of course, all the 4 classes start separately here. I'd really quite like to see the GT4s being joined by the TCRs so they could start in one group, because you talked about how they deliver their performance very, very differently indeed, and the TCR cars are fantastic round the corners. It really would be quite intriguing, wouldn't it? Well,
we've mixed up TCRs and GT4s, of course, in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. And on some circuits, particularly the tight twisty ones, the TCRs, even with a bit of reduced power in the IMSA competition in the real world, they are a match for the GT4 cars. I'm not averse to that. I'm not sure what the other drivers would think. Although, of course, once we get going, the teams have to account for slower moving cars. I wonder if they think that those cars are too similar, and therefore it might just throw too many curveballs into what's going on. Just may have been a little bit of balance of performance as well, of course, between the BMW and the 718 Cayman. 718 Cayman, because that is something that can be played with the base weights of the cars, etc. And Tom Valentini's nipped into the lead. Tom Valentini's dropped into second, and we have a new leader with that core racing car now back in the lead.
Yeah, it was almost as though Tom Valentini made a bit of a mistake. It was almost like a missed gear. I didn't understand why he lost momentum. But, well, if it's as simple as that, he's presumably got the performance to get past or get close. But for Asher Racing, he's got to really just find his moment. You know, as we know around here, there are certain parts of the circuit where you need a considerable performance advantage to find a way past. You've got to be patient. Talking of patience, Lauren Heinrich's very impatient to get towards his next pit stop, because he's 4.1 seconds clear in the lead of the race. And one person who's a little bit frustrated, John, is Adam Christodoulou. He went from 6th to 7th at the start, falling behind the Schnitzellaum Mercedes, and he's still tucked in behind it, 0.6 of a second down. Another good battle is for 8th and 9th position. Neil Verhagen, Team BMW Junior Team, ahead of Florian Baudin. They're indeed covered by less than a second. So some good scraps, but outright, Lauren Heinrich's really, really putting in a fabulous performance. 25 minutes elapsed, and he's 4 and a bit seconds clear and going ever further away.
It's Bryce Jones, and I'm John Hindhoff, and we've still got a little over 2 hours and 37 minutes to go. A moment earlier on when the lead went to the BMW, and that was down the Dottinger. So that was BMW Grunt. So that's very interesting. So the Porsche 7, I mean, it's a 718 in shape only. The engine is exactly the same as the previous version of the Cayman Club Sport. So it is the flat 6 3.8 engine in the real world, and therefore modelled to perfection in sound and in performance by iRacing. So although the original 718s were all 4-cylinder flat 4s, then this is the flat 6 engine, which we've only just got back in the street cars, haven't we, with the all new 4-litre flat 6 in the Boxsters and Caymans. As someone who rather irregularly drives but is more regularly a passenger in a flat 6 Boxster, there are fewer greater things in the world than hearing the flat 6 crackle into life on a still morning. Although, Bruce, can you still remember what your TVR V8 sounds like? It's been
2 years. 2 years they've had it and haven't even started the restoration. In fairness, from time to time I say, actually, I don't have any money, but I cannot wait to have it back. But another engine note that I absolutely adore was the straight 6 in the BMWs, like the 635 CSI.
Correct.
And the M6 back in the 80s. That just was... It seemed old-fashioned at the time, but wonderfully so. And I'm very sad, you know, we have fewer and fewer sort of engine formats to be treated with, and presumably in years to come even fewer and fewer. So celebrate the noise. It is such an important part of owning a car as far as I'm concerned. So yes, one day I might get my 5 litres of V8 fun back to play with. Oh hum.
The 3.2 straight 6 in a BMW that I was loaned a few years ago was absolutely sublime. And I owned a straight 6 Jaguar as well, of course. The old XJ Sport that I had, which the old AJ6 engine, which was by then a 4-litre, but that traced its roots all the way back to the Le Mans winners in the 1950s, that engine architecture. And there's something exceedingly smooth about a straight 6, which I believe, actually, I was talking to somebody about this the other day, I believe that the new Ineos Grenadier, which is their new SUV, is going to have a BMW sourced straight 6 engine as one of its options, which I'm very interested to see if that's true. Let's get back to the racing here. Cup 2, Claudius Veed has Martin Asher behind him again now, so that's swapped back again. We saw that change earlier on, but now it's side by side on the Dottinger Hohen. Martin's down the inside in the left-hand kink after the Bilstein crossover bridge and retakes the lead again. Tilbermer is about 12.5 seconds further back down the road as another lap is completed. We're into the golden evening light here. Temperature in the air, 25.2, 25.6 on the track. So just starting to lose a little bit of heat out of the circuit temperature, Bruce, and that's going to be good news for the tyres and for the tyre performance. Now, what I'm interested to know now is what the guys are thinking. They'll be looking at the times that they are doing. We're still at the front of the field, the very front of the field, still under 8 minutes for the leaders. So what we're looking at here is if they can do 8 laps, 7 or 8 is what we've normally seen, 6, 7 or 8 in a normal stint. 8 laps would be getting on for 64 minutes. That's over an hour. So you don't have to be a quantum mathematician to work out how many stops there should be. But that's if they can get those 8 laps.
Yeah, and I think that the real question, John, we talk about the temperature, but it's how fast it's going to change with the sun's, you know, getting close to dropping behind the horizon. It could really start to tumble, and that gives them far more scope in terms of latitude, if you will, for deciding their tyre tactics in this race. But actually, right now, looking at the battle for second place overall, Niels Koch, the Team BMW Bank Z4, just in front of Sami Matti-Trojan. And I really feel a change is coming. Agustin Canapino just can't live with him in the Williams eSport Audi. But I really think if the Audi in third place, Sami Matti-Trojan, the Flying Finn, can get ahead of Niels Koch, he looks as though he's got the pace to possibly be the one who can do something about Lauren Heinrich, because our race leader in his BS competition Z4 is now over 5 seconds clear. And this, as we know through the course of this championship, John, is a tidy margin. We've had stints, the first stints coming to an end with what? The first 3 cars covered by about 5 seconds. So for Heinrich at the moment, this is a really, really impressive start to his race.
A couple of pit stoppers coming in. Jens Althaus came in the 33, Chris Janssen in the 188. Those both GT3 cars. Alex Autumn coming in from Porsche 911 Cup class, the Cup 2 in the 282. So those cars are taking an early pit stop.
Well, that's actually very interesting, John, with two of the GT3 class runners. They weren't ones at the front end. So EFP car collection with their Audi, 3 laps on the board, they're in their pits. We could try and do the maths on that one, but right now I'm just going to focus on what's happening at the very front end while I have a little think about that, but that is unusually early.
That suggests to me they think it's going to be a 24-lap race, and they will go 3 7-lap stints from here. And also, don't forget, it probably means that they will change their drivers, and that will be one of their driver changes that gets out the way. Well, actually, I say that, and Jens Althaus has come straight out of the pits in that 33 car. So he has stayed in. Let's see what happens to Alex Autumn. Yeah, he stayed in as well. So this is interesting, and we need to keep an eye on their lap times as well, and see if they noticeably improve as the sun is going down. They've got the best tyres on, of course, of the GT3 field. Best lap of the race, 7:56.9 for Lauren Heinrich aboard the leading BS competition number 189 BMW in the classes, and 8:07 is the best for SimRC Cup 2's Porsche Claudius Veed. Core have the best GT4 lap with Carl Janssen with an 8:39. In fact, he's just done that last time around, I think. Yes, he has, 8:39.342. The 8:51.407 is the best mark for SimRC and Felix Luding in the Audi number 476 in TCR. Starting to get a bit tasty in that GT4 category.
Yeah, it is. I thought the two really started to make quite a good escape, but it seems they seem to be hauled back in. Maybe they were fighting so hard, but Tom Valentini, had been leading that category, but right now he is still out front, but slightly confused by Jens Althaus coming out between them, but he can be forgotten because he's in a GT3 car. Yeah, Adi should pull clear, but yes, for some reason it really has closed up a bit, but still sitting on an advantage of about 3 seconds, or 3.5 seconds, Tom Valentini. So good run for him, but in behind, yeah, getting really, really close, which is fabulous. But boy, is that sun starting to drop very quickly indeed.
So, Bruce, well into this opening stint now with almost half an hour completed. In fact, just over half an hour completed. 2.5 still to go, and still the battle in TCR rages on, as we've come to expect in the races that we've watched this season, with Corsim Racing TCR in second place, sitting behind that metallic orange and white car is the Team Heusingfeld car, and at the head of that battle was Felix Luding in the SimRC TCR. But it looks again like the battle for second, with the sun starting to go down behind the trees, down the Dottinger Höhe into Tegarten at the end of the lap. Sami Matti Trogen just seemed to run out of revs in the Audi, got close to the back of that dark grey BMW bank, Z4, but couldn't make the pass. But will he be able to set that up down into the first corner? Sun right in the eyes of the drivers as they go across the start-finish line, and then, of course, plunge downhill into that very tricky braking area, the track coming in from the left before they hit the main part of the right-hander that takes them into the loop, and then around to the left for turns 2 and 3. It's a really odd one. Turn 2 and 3, you almost have to think of it as one corner, but what you can't do is get thrown out to the right-hand side because you're pulling yourself back for turn 4, and there's track limits on the left-hand side there that you've got to be very careful about. Then into the braking area for the right-handed hairpin. Further back, Florian Baudin having a bit of a scrap at the moment. In fact, I think he's just lost a position to the BMW. Yes, he has. So Baudin has dropped a position to the BMW junior team of Neil Verhagen. So Verhagen in 7th, Baudin in 8th, red, white and black Audi. So that's another Audi versus BMW battle. But still, at the front of the field, we have Lauren Heinrich serenely this Tuesday evening with the time in the simulation a little bit different in terms of where we are in the real world, with it being darkness across most of Europe at the moment at 25 minutes to 9 in Germany. But Lauren Heinrich serenely getting close to a 7-second advantage, and I'm quite surprised by that. Meantime, the battling two Porsches at the head of Cup 2 continue.
Play together for the first hour or so. We'll slipstream each other, we'll pull clear of the best of the rest, we'll swap position from time to time to keep ourselves interested. It's almost a bit like people say, right, get through the first 8 hours of a 24-hour race and then you can start playing, or if you're cautious, the first 16 hours. But great to watch, and it is nip and tuck, but the best of the rest, some distance behind. Till Bamer, well, he'd be nearly 14 seconds in a rear in third place in the Cup 2 class, and they really do look great. And these drivers are very happy, John, racing side by side. They're not phased. They're really, really good in close company with each other.
Don't forget, we are on at RSL_studio if you'd like to get in touch. Got that on one of the many screens on which I am following this race at the moment.
My little thoughts at the moment, John, just looking at that battle for second place, Niels Koch has seen that BMW from Team BMW Bank seems to have loads of grunt, as we've seen through the course of this championship. Sami Matti-Trogen in the best of the Audi R8 LMSs just has the handling, and it almost paid off for Sami Matti at the start of the lap, but he just can't manage it. He's got the handling, cannot get past. We're now riding on board with the Finn, Sami Matti-Trogen. There's a back marker up ahead. This could be an opportunity. The race leader is well clear, 7.1 seconds to the good, but looks like the last of the TCR class cars in their path. Will this give an opportunity for the chasing Audi driver? Let's take a look how it's handled by Niels Koch. But don't forget, Niels has got 3 wins in this championship to his name, so he is, I'm not going to use the word winningest, but he is in fabulous, fabulous form in this series. Deposed it very easily, didn't distract either of them. But again, wonderful images around the circuit.
That was coming down from Callenhard all the way down to Exmüller, and it was in fact the TCR Audi of now, who was that?
Rennie Kirchhoff is my bet. Team at Nürburgring Esports, car 424. He's the running at the tail end of that class.
Correct. I'll go with that. It's the mostly white car. They're still locked together. Sami Matti-Trogen will know off by heart all of the livery on the back of that Team BMW bank car. Out of Bergwerk, then climbing up through the sweeping left-handers of Kesselchen and Mutkerv and up towards Klostertal. He's not quite close enough to get the draft from the BMW. Starts to make a little bit of ground as they come up to Klostertal, but isn't close enough to make the dive, I don't think, into the right-hander at the base of the hill before they rise up to the Caracciolo carousel. So what are they, 12 clicks in?
John, what is missing from their grouping? The Williams Esports car is no longer in 4th place. It dived in to make a pit stop at the end of lap 4. Dominic Steib is now at the wheel. So they'd pulled 2 or 3 car lengths clear, the BMW Bank BMW and the Mahle Racing Team Audi, but now Williams Esports is the first of the top teams to roll the dice. It's not actually in 4th place anymore. It's down in, have a quick flick at the screens, 10th place, having made a pit stop and rejoined. So let's just bear that in mind. Meanwhile, that battle for second place is still fabulous, and it's still Niels Koch. More back marker TCR action in front of them, staying beautifully over to the left-hand side of the circuit, so doesn't interrupt either Niels Koch or Sami Matti-Trogen. But just note that in your notebooks. Williams Esport Audi made one of its pit stops already.
Okay, and I'll keep an eye as well as to exactly how much time they spent in the pits to see if there was any damage involved in that. What was the in lap on that? It was an 8:03. No, it was an 8:03. The in lap's not too bad.
1 minute 16 from pit in to pit out for Williams Esports.
Okay, so that just was fuel and tyres. I don't think there was any damage there. So, yeah, that's and the in-lap was an 8:03. So that, again, is bang on the money. So they're the first of the top teams, as Bruce says, to go in the pits, which means they're the first of the top teams to go off strategy. More traffic ahead of this battle for second place, and more traffic dealt with superbly by the two drivers as they were heading down towards through the Flansgarden area, and Schwalbenschwanz, the second of the carousels, now heading. Sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
No, I was just about to say, just as the second and third place cars came through past, I think, Dominic Spicker locked up right in front of them, so that was a scary moment for the pair of them. But suddenly going past the next to the TCR runner, Sami Matti-Trogan lost the toe, he lost momentum. Can he get the toe back down Dottinger-Höhe? And finally, a little bit of breathing space for Niels Koch. But that's always the problem when you're trying to overtake back markers. Sometimes it works for you, and in this case, for Sami Matti-Trogan, the Flying Finn, it hasn't. But I think he's got the pace to close up again, not just because he's got a slipstream. I think he's got the faster car at this stage in the race. He just simply can't get into second place.
He has to be closer coming through the Gallows Hill corners, the Gallenkopf corner, onto the Dottinger-Höhe, because I don't think ultimately the Audi's got the fastest straight line speed, but it does seem a very well balanced car. Now let's see if either of these two dive into the pits. No, they're both staying out, so they'll be completing their fifth lap, in fact have done, as they go across the line now and head on to the sixth run around the shorter version of the Grand Prix circuit, and then of course the whole of the North Loop, the Nordschleife. Some, just over 20 kilometres of the Nordschleife, and then a couple of K on the shorter version, maybe 3 Ks on the shorter version of the Grand Prix circuit.
Sami Matti, it's very interesting at the moment, isn't pushing his tyres as hard as Niels Koch is, and he's sort of taking the wider line. Niels Koch is very much sort of limited return. He's diving down the inside into corners. He's got the grunt. He's shown that time and again. But look, at the start of the Dottinger-Höhe, the Audi was much further behind. Now we get to the twisty bit. It's a chance to really start closing in again. So just a little bit of misfortune going past back markers, and Sami Matti-Trogan lost everything. Now he's right back on his tail. But let's take a look at the gap between first and this battle for second place, 8.2 seconds. It's a remarkably strong run from our race leader, Lauren Heinrich. He really is flying today.
I'm very, very impressed, Bruce. I am very, very impressed. So Heinrich leads overall in the 189. That's the BS competition car. It's Asher Racing and Martin Asher, for the moment at least, leading Cup 2 in 11th position overall in the 227. Corsim Racing holds sway at the moment in the GT4 category. Carl Janssen behind the wheel of the 303. Tom Valentini, by the way, just dropped back in behind there. He's the best of the BMWs. And then the Audi of Felix Luding is the head of the field in the TCR class. That's another one of the Sim RC cars, and that's the 476. That's how they lead, and that's where they stand with 2 hours and 18 minutes to go. It's Bruce and John here. It's Hindhoff and Jonesy. The sun just beginning to drop below the clouds, still mostly cloudy, 25 degrees Celsius in the air, 25.5 on the track. And once again then, there's been a change of position. Oh, no, that's still Martin Asher who's ahead in the Porsches, the 227, leading from Claudius V till Behmer, and Thomas Asmussen just don't have the pace. Although they're having a cracking scrap for third position. Asmussen in the H2 Performance SRT Porsche has closed right up with the WS Racing Cup 2 car, and there's barely a second between those two at the moment.
Well, it keeps them on their toes, John. Just to point out, though, Patrick Jarzinski, the guy who's running last in the SP9 class, he spent 4.5 minutes from pit in to pit out on his one pit stop. So I think he's probably having a fair bit of, how should we say, body straightening, damage repair. He is the least experienced driver in the field with 17 seconds off the pace in qualifying, and I think he probably didn't do all the corners on the opening lap. So you can probably put a line through him, but gaining experience that he can take into the next series starting on the 28th of November. Be sure of that.
Yes, he may have made more corners than they actually were. Great battling through all the classes. Still over 2¼ hours to go in the final round of the DNLS, the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Eine Legende. Die gefährlichste Rennstrecke der Welt. Der kleinste Fehler wird sofort bestraft. Denn nur wer auf Qualität setzt, kann das Rennen gewinnen. Spezialfedern. Das Fahrwerk.
Been hounded as much as he has by Sami Matti-Trojan down the Dottinghoe. Closer and closer goes the Audi. Is he going to be bold to make a dive into the final corner? It's a good idea, just not quite close enough. Perhaps down in turn one. But again, the grunt of the BMW Z4 gains a car length. Then they dive into the pits. Bear this in mind. 6 laps on the board. They've dived into the pits. So that's the cars from second and third places.
And they come in together. pretty much identically. The Schnitzelheim Audi actually had gained a bit of time on them, to be honest, Bruce, and comes into the pit lane right in behind for Marcel Markovic. He's done a good job. Now, we know that they'll have to go up on the jacks and take some fuel. A few moments ago, that's very, very unlucky. Very, very unlucky. I'm going to say this straight away. I don't think there was any intent there from the Get Speed driver, Philip Nohle, when he got into the back of the Audi. So fuel has gone in, tyres going on to second, third and fourth. The MANN FILTER, the Schnitzelheim car was sitting in fourth position. Or was that Alexei Alomat who came in the MANN FILTER car? It was Alexei, wasn't it? Excuse me, it wasn't Alexei. He's just got into the car.
He's exactly right. And the Schnitzelheim car was up the far end of the pit lane in the background, so suddenly busy there. I'm just going to take a look and see from pit in to pit out how much time elapses. Just waiting for them to finish their pit stops, and I'll let you know. But I mean, we'll work out the order. But quite simply, our race leader continues on his merry way. Heinrich,
yeah, I think Heinrich. Well, what we need to watch out for is whether Heinrich pits at the end of this stop or gets the 8th lap. Meantime, top 3 in TCR together, 3rd and 4th in the GT4 class together with MSC, Alzev Esports and Team RSO 397. That's Victor Brill and Manuel Weibel together on the circuit, and right in behind them in 5th position in that class will be, who's that in the next Porsche back? I think that's Christian Berg in the Zorg Rennsport car. Yes, it is. It's the next car back.
John, I'm going to throw some pit stop times at you. Nils Koch, Team BMW Bank, 1 minute and 9 from pit in to pit out. 1 second slower, a second gain by the Mahle Racing Team, 1:08. So we'll see if they've changed their order on the track. But get this, MANN FILTER HTP, 58.8 seconds, so 8 seconds quicker. And even that was 5 seconds slower than Team Hoysinkveld. So we could have had a real shuffle. That was 53.3 seconds from pit in to pit out. But then, of course, we don't know how much fuel they've put on board. That might become an obvious factor later on. But teams doing things very differently. But come what may, it's Laurin Heinrich. His advantage, well, listed as 25.7 seconds at the moment. But it's going out all the time for the BS competition BMW driver. Fabulous drive in this opening stint.
The amount of fuel that you put in the car is the thing that will make the difference. It's as simple as that, because the tyres are an absolute, and you can only take all 4 every time you stop. There's no choice about taking one side or just rears, which would be the 2 potential options. So unless anything's changed in the regs, and I have to say I haven't seen that. I had a quick skim through the extensive amount of virtual paperwork that we are provided with by the organisers, and as Bruce said earlier, they do a phenomenal job. But I haven't seen any changes, so that must be tactically a short fill to get track position. That's all I can think of there. So Laurin Heinrich now leads by 26.5 seconds, has not stopped. Neither has Marcel Markovic in the Schnitzelheim racing car. Neither has Neil Verhagen in the BMW Junior Team 113. He's a further 10 seconds back, and the Vodafone Team Get Speed is the final of the cars yet to stop in the GT3 category. Philip Nohle in the number 2 car. So Niels Koch then out on the track for Team BMW Bank. The 107 car has 3.5 seconds on the Williams Esports. Dominic Steib now behind the wheel. So there's another interesting thing. Koch, remember, started the car, has stayed in the car. The Williams Esports car was the one that stopped early and put Dominic Steib in, so they've done one of their mandated 2 driver changes. MANN FILTER, Alexei Alomat, that means that's one of their 2 driver changes done. And Alex Arana for Mahle Racing Team, that's a driver change as well. As for Team Hoysinkveld, that's a driver change there. Mats Hog Huthsveld behind the wheel of the 101. Top 4, though, still to pit.
Yeah, and also our race leader, Lauren Heinrich, still to lap slower than 8 minutes for a lap. Lap after lap, he's doing 7:56s, 7:57s. Just a really, really strong run there.
Unmistakable sound of a tortured flat six Porsche engine. Claudius Veed looking at the back of Martin Ascher. Just at the top of Adana. Running now into another one of those complicated series of corners, of which there are legion here. Towards Metzgerfeld. Use the hill to slow you down a little bit. Cross the top of the rise through the right-hander and down towards Callenhard. All the way through the box, stay off the curb on the right-hand side. Little lock up from the Ascher racing car ahead. Short shifting as you plunge down the hill. Then there's three right-handers. Hit, miss and hit as far as the APCs are concerned. And down the hill after the final of the right-handers into steeply banked left-hand hairpin, and then dropping down towards the bridge where the second tourist foreign entry is, the half tracker. Not sure that's used anymore now for tourist laps. And then climbing up then towards the area where Niki Lauda had his horrendous accident in Formula One, and then up towards Bergwerk. Bergwerk, a corner that requires patience. Set yourself up on the extreme left of the track. Get the car slowed down, turn in, and then it seems to be an age before you can get on the throttle. Don't ride the curbs on the outside. Then these left-hand corners, all of which are climbing. You're trying to put as little on steering lock into the car as possible, not scrub speed through Kesselchen. Then the little right kinks as you're still climbing, and here comes Claudius Veed. He got the run at the bottom of the hill. They'll be side by side, come in close to toe, and that is a little bit more than a lift through there. They've managed to hold on to both their positions and not collide with each other. That was fabulous driving and great trust between the pair of them. That explains and illustrates perfectly what we're seeing. Experienced sim racing drivers knowing where they were in the world, as Lauren Heinrich does come in at the end of this last lap, Bruce. So that is the leader in the pits.
Okay, well, the others might be thinking we're going to get to 24 laps, so they'll split it 6 laps, 6 laps, 6 laps. He's bought himself a shorter pit stop later in the race by doing 7. Our race leader, that was the first lap. He was over 8 minutes, 8 minutes and 1. So even including coming into the pits, Robert, our BS competition car is the pick of the pack. Robert Hager has taken it over, a new name in that car for the final round, unless I'm greatly mistaken. But what a comfortable cushion, 29.8 seconds to the good over Marcel Marchevitz, who now comes in the Schnitzerlam car from second place. I'll look at their times in the pits when they go back out again, but certainly no real need to rush for the BS competition BMW crew. They're totally in control at the moment.
Still this battle in the Cup 2 category, as all of the top 4 that had pitted are now in the pits. So as we expected, as Bruce was talking about it there. So let's wait now to see the Williams eSports car come through and the team BMW bank as well. So Niels Koch goes through, then Dominic Steib. So 107 from 109, just on 6 seconds between them. Alomas, Hager, Alex Arana, all out and running. So where is the BS competition going to join in? I reckon that's 4th position then, as Robert Hager has taken over from Lauren Heinrich. So going long at the moment doesn't seem to have worked tactically for the car that was on pole position. But as we've said many times before, Bruce, the stagger, to use the athletics analogy, has yet to unwind, because we won't really know until everyone's done their last pit stops.
No, but what we do know, of course, is that by running one lap further than their rivals, it means one of their later pit stops will require 1 lap less petrol being put into the car. It'll be a shorter stop later in the race. Is anyone going to do anything really unusual? I think we can discount the Ring Fiat sim racing car that came in after 3 laps, and likewise the EFP car collection Audi, because they're going to have to do much longer pit stops later in this 3-hour race. But certainly I'd say Robert Hager is sitting in a pretty good position. But what we've got to see is his pace in that car, because of course gold standard, our 2 cars from Cup 2 separated by what, half a second, come in to make their pit stops after 7 laps on the board. So we know where they are, tied together, 20-something seconds clear of Thomas Asmussen, who will probably follow them into the pits in Cup 2 class, just waiting for him to arrive. Such is the advantage of Martin Ascher and Claudius Wied. And full marks for entertainment, gentlemen. That was a brilliant opening stint from the pair of you.
But look at the clock remaining, Bruce, because we have got spot on 2 hours still to go. So those Cup 2 cars can do the race in 3 chunks. But even the BMW that has just stopped was back out well before the hour was up. Now, you've got some time in the pit lane to take into account, but you've also got to think that you have to be aware that the race might actually go 3 hours and 8 minutes potentially. So it's going to be much more difficult for the GT3 cars to do this on just 2 pit stops with the pace as it is at the moment.
Yeah, 100% correct. And I'm just looking at their time from in to out in the pits. Bear in mind that Team BMW Bank, who came in after 6 laps, did 1 minute and 9 in the pits. In fact, the fastest, the ones that came in after 6 laps, did 53.3. That's Team Heusingfeld. But the one I wanted to look at was BS Competition, 1 minute 32. So you're talking, no wonder they've fallen back to 4th place overall. They lost 23 seconds in the pits to some rivals, and even more than that to others. So now leading the race after the first pit stop sits Team BMW Bank. Niels Koch leading by 8 seconds from Alexia Loma. So, but, John, it's a moving stage. We know that.
And he's got 14 seconds only on Robert Hager for BS Competition. And they started on the front row together, remember, those 2 BMWs. And it was the BS Competition car that was leading, with the BMW Bank second before those pit stops. So if you add the 6-7 seconds on, that's around about a 20-second turnaround. That's all about fuel dump in the pit lane. That's what the numbers that Bruce was talking about. That's why they are significant. But what it also means, unless someone can do something extraordinary, and we saw Adam Christodoulou ring an 8-lap stint out of one of the Heusingfeld cars earlier on in the season. So it can be done. The question is, can you do it at a pace that is going to keep you competitive? And those 2 cars that came in early that we were talking about, EFP and Ring Fiat, they just haven't had the pace in terms of the guys at the front of the field. Now, a little bit of a coming together at turn 1, and it's a significant one because that was the number 476 Audi that was getting involved. And that car is Jürgen Frank, who was leading the TCR category. Sven Glatzel has gone through for Heusingfeld, and Kimo Suominen, for Core Racing has gone through as well. So Jürgen Frank down to 3rd, and with potential damage, got the 2 cars ahead in front of him. I'm looking at the left-hand side front of the car. He was rather had his nose wiped by what looked to be one of the Porsches. But he has at least got to the back of the leading trio again as they head down the hill towards Exmüller.
Yes, about, 2 laps ago now, John, when we had this trio in the reverse order in the TCR class. The one at the front at the time, Felix Luding, gained an advantage when those 2 SP9 cars got a little close behind him, and we saw the Audi spinning off. But this time around, he's been the one who lost out when it came to traffic. But as we said in the TCR class, if you can get in the tow, you can stay in the fight, and he's managed to do just that. So Felix Luding will be hopefully not feeling any damage, because of course a lot of the damage these cars pick up isn't visible. And but the drivers can certainly feel it. But hopefully he's not had his race hampered too much, because it's still a three-way battle at the front of TCR. And good to see the MANN HTP filter car really starting to go very well in this second stint now. So that's you know, running at the right part of the field where they'd really want to be at this point in the race. 2 hours to go.
You make a very good point, Bruce, about the potential issues for cars that we can't see the damage on. That's a very good point that you're making there, because the damage model is one thing visually, it's another dynamically. But it looks, I think, as though Felix has got away with that, because he's able to hold on to the two leaders, and rather better than that, I think he's had to close on them after that incident at turn 1, and he's done that, and he looks as though he's sitting in a decent position there in third place.
Yeah, I just noticed that Neil Verhagen is listed as still being in the pits. He came in after 7 laps along with the race leader. Let's scroll down. He's now right down near the bottom end of the leaderboard. Has he left the pits? I'm just taking a look. Scroll. Find him, actually. Wish I hadn't said that. Get back to you on that one, John, but he certainly dropped down our timing screens.
That's Bruce Jones.
Yeah, he's
John
nearly
Hindhaugh.
3 minutes. Nearly 3 minutes in the pits.
Oh dear. Well, that is a long time, and a lot of time to make up. More importantly, side-by-side action on the Dottinger Höhe. BMW holding on. This is the BMW Z4's real strength as its straight line speed. Got the Schnitzelam BMW GT4 car that they've just gone by as they come through Tiergarten. And in fact, sorry, that's the BS car, isn't it? It's Robert Hager with Alex Arana right up his tailpipes. And the Audi just has not got the top speed, Bruce, even when it's right in the toe of the BMW. The moment that Alex pulled out there, he had a massive disadvantage, and he just couldn't get through.
Yeah, it's been the story of their year, and it'd be really interesting to have a Mercedes up there in the mix as well, because that can also really put its power down in a straight line. But in fact, we've had the change of position, so Robert Hager hasn't managed to hold on, and the more experienced Alex Arana, the Spanish racer, sticks his nose in front, gets up into the position that he was aiming for, which is up to 4th place. Now he's got to set off after the Williams eSports car, but that's a dozen seconds up the road. But Robert Hager, less experienced at this level, but let's see what he can do when he's learning, when he's hunting rather than being the hunted, because that was actually just simply down to handling and performance around the first corner from the more experienced Alex Arana there, and Robert Hager ran a little bit deep in. He had the power advantage, as John was talking about, down the Dottinger Höhe, then the grunt out of that tight final corner always buys the BMWs an advantage. But there we are. There's our race leader in another BMW. That's Niels Koch. 6 seconds now clear of Alexei Aloma. So in fact, Alexei, did he take any time off from on the last
Yes,
lap?
he did.
He possibly did, didn't he? Yes.
Did his fastest lap of the race last time around, Bruce, and took the better part of 3 seconds out of the leader. 7:58.4 to an 8:01.6. And Aloma, with a bit of clear track ahead of him, did exactly what you would expect him to do. Now, in fairness, he's coming under pressure from Dominic Steib in the Williams eSports number 109 Audi. Now, remember, that car stopped early. That was the car that stopped after just, wasn't it, 3 laps when Agustin Canapino did the early run, end of... Actually,
4 laps.
4 laps. Yeah,
4 laps.
Before he handed over to Dominic. You were doing exactly the same thing as I was there, weren't you?
Counting with your fingers.
Yeah, I was just scrolling across my bathroom tiles that are spreading across from left to right on the screen there. Yeah, so I reckon Dominic then has got probably another couple of laps before he's going to have to go into the pits at the end of this one. But Arana has really turned up the wick, and he's closing in as well. Oh, has he just gone off? Arana? No, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong times there.
Gone off into the distance if you're Robert Hager, unfortunately, because
Yes.
he's now fallen back to 5th place. I just want to reiterate, BMW Junior team, they came in twice. 7 minutes and 5 they've spent. The first one was a sort of sensible 1 minute 30 something, and then their second pit stop. I actually think they might have gone round the back and had the rear entrance to the pits, because I listed their first pit stop as 7 laps. They've only done 7 laps. They've made their second pit stop. So bit of a mystery, but the 113 BMW Z4, I think, barring a meteor shower or whatever, will not be back in at the front end of this race. So unfortunate for Neil Verhagen there.
Right, remember when we got started after the pit stops, when we were on the first lap after all of the stops from the leading competitors, we were talking about Robert Hager being about 16 seconds away from the lead when he'd had, 14 seconds away from the lead when he had a 6 seconds plus gap. That's now 23 seconds. So he's losing time to the leader. Now he's in a different part of his run. He's got a slightly heavier car, and you cannot go too hard too early, because if you do, you will root the tyres and you will pay for that in the last 2, 3 or even 4 laps of the stint. But even with that said, that's something to keep an eye on. In 5th position, BS Competition, who were leading comfortably before the first pit stop cycle, dropping away now and some 23.5 seconds behind Niels Koch that leads for BMW Bank and the BMW Z4. His time, his lead, however, is being closed in on. Is being closed down by Alexei Aloma in the MANN FILTER Team HTP Winward AMG GT3 by Mercedes-Benz. This is a team that knows how to win. Several teams at the sharp end that know how to win. In fact, I think I'm right in saying that the top 5 teams have all taken an overall victory this year.
Yes, I had that written down earlier. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. 3, 1, 1, 1. Yes, 7, 7. Yes, exactly so. And in fact, I think we might have had 6 teams. I'm just trying to think who won the opening round. I've got it listed as Team Redline Ferrari that hasn't continued in the championship to this late stage in the season. So 6 teams have taken victory, but nobody's scored more than 1 except Team BMW Bank. Which team is leading the race at the moment? Good grief, hold on a second. Team BMW Bank. Slight anomaly, John, could you check the last lap time for Robert Hager? On my timing screen, it's suggesting he did 9 minutes 37. That sounds though it included a pit stop.
Correct.
But he's only done the 1. So that's a slight glitch, and he hasn't dropped, seriously. He hasn't suddenly lost 1 minute 30. He's still listed as 25 seconds down on the overall leader, so I think that's an anomaly. But bear in mind, I just want to point out, the cars that came in and made their pit stops, including the car handed to Robert Hager, after 7 laps, were in the pits for from pit in to pit out, more than 1.5 minutes. So that's 20 plus seconds lost on the race leader, and he's only 24 seconds down on the race leader at the moment. So it's not necessarily a bad tactic they've played. It's going to turn around, and those that had the shorter pit stops will have to do the longer pit stops later, and those ergo the slower ones. So all is not lost.
So he's on lap 8 at the moment, or do we think he's completed lap 8?
Completed lap 8, they're on lap 9 now.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that is a bit of an anomaly.
Yeah, I'll double check on a different screen. Hope it can provide me some information. But...
I don't want to refresh too much because I have to change all my settings back again.
Leave that to me.
Yeah.
No, on another screen, he's still listed as 22.4 seconds down on the race leader. So I think we can ignore that 9 minutes 37.
Let's go through. Let's go through the other class leaders then. 227 Porsche. Marcus Jeresch in the Asher Racing car has taken that one over and leads the Cup class. It's another Porsche this time, the 718 GT4. Sindre Setsas has taken over from Carl Janssen, champions elect effectively in the Core Sim Racing 2. They've got enough points, but good to see them back for this one. That's the 303. Audi TCR class, Kimmo Suominen, excuse me. I will get that right, Kimmo, I'm very sorry. Core Sim Racing leading there as well in the 403. And the battle for the Porsche Cup class. Well, there's barely been, I don't think there's been more than 10 Porsches lengths between them since the green flag, and even through the pit stops and the driver changes to Marcus Jerash, and in fact Claudius Vida stayed aboard the yellow and black car, and he's very, very quick indeed through some of the twistier parts of the track, and particularly coming up through Klostertal on the run up from Bergwerk, and now running up to the top of the hill. Bit of lights flashing going on from the leading car, the black and red Asher Racing Machine, very close indeed in the carousel, on the concrete, in a portion. They pop out like a cork from a bottle, slip to the right-hand side of one of the TCR Audis as they climb the hill to the highest part of the circuit, to Hohe Acton, then of course down towards Wippermann. Cars getting off the ground. Wonderful run down towards Brunchen. Can use a bit of curbs there with the block paving. Coming up to the top of the rise just before Brunchen, stay to the right-hand side. So easy to get on the wrong side of the camber there and just understeer off through the left-hander before Brunchen. Set yourself up for Brunchen. Turn in, do not use the right-hand curb, but run out onto the block paving on the left-hand side, climbing up to what the locals call the ice curve, different from Eibach. Ice curve because it takes a long time for the frost to go. It's under the trees there in the early morning sun. Then heading down through the ever quickening corners before you're flat out coming into Flansgarten and diving down. You've already been 15 kilometers on the Nürburgring Nordschleife at this point, and you've still got another 5 kilometers to go, charging down the hill towards the right-hander before the run into the second carousel. Cross the bridge, another place that can get slippy if it's cold. Down towards Schwalbenschwanz, the second of the carousels, the mini carousel, the Swallow's Tail. And now heading to the triple pressure, triple apex corner that leads onto the Dörtige Höhe, Gallows Hill corner. And now get your book out and read a couple of chapters.
Okay, well, someone's using a different book. A book of tactics, John. Team Heusingfeld have suddenly brought their car in for a second time. They pitted after 6 laps and now after 9. They're the first of the top teams without problems to do a second pit stop. It seems as though Mats Torger Hustedt has gone out to do stint number 3 in that car, but they've done their short stop now. Might be part of a master plan. I don't think the pit stop was particularly long, so I don't think anything was untoward. Just doubling back down to check that one for you.
The question will be, what are they going to do? Is he going to stay in and effectively do a stint and a half? Or are they going to swap? Right, okay, then that does make sense to me. Now, either Adam will get back in or they will have a third driver. And I have to say, I didn't see whether they had a third driver next to them on the entry list.
Okay, well, I'll tell you why. John, I'll just throw this at you. Their first pit stop was by the fastest of the pit stops that cars came in after 6 laps. They short-filled it because their first pit stop was 53.3 seconds. Their second pit stop was a more normal length. I've got to see if that screen updates again.
That's so
funny points do a splash and dash, but it means they can do 2 regular stints at the end of the race.
Well, that's what you'd think. So pitted at the end of lap 9, 2 7-lap stints. That would take them to 23.
I'm beginning to wonder if they had a drive-through penalty, actually, because they've only added 24 seconds to their first pit stop time.
24 seconds, that
could be in and straight through.
Right. Let's have a look. There's more than one way to skin a cat here. Let me have a look and see. That was the Huizingveld 101 we were talking about there, weren't we?
Okay, team 20 minutes, sorry, it was 8:15 and 47 seconds when it came into the pits, 8:17:05 when it left. No, sorry, that was the second pit stop time. It's a 1:16, it's the standard pit stop. Sorry, I thought they were combined. Please ignore me.
It's all right, don't worry. Yeah, I've got him in. I've got him in for 1:18, plus or minus a little bit. So, okay, total time in the pits now just on 2 3/4 minutes. So that's all right. What's interesting is that they've done that now, as Bruce says, and they have left Mats Thorger Hutzfeld in that car. And if it's a 23-lap race, they can get home on 2 7-lap stints from here. That's the point that Bruce was making earlier on in terms of balancing up. There has to be a short stint somewhere. Remember, you can't have impediments to the pace here. There's no full course yellows or slow zones or code 120s or code 60s. Don't get safety cars on the Nürburgring Nordschleife anyway. Had to explain that to Alan McNish when I was working with them for Audi on the N24. I said, how many safety cars do they have and where are they positioned? I mean, they don't have any safety cars. They have course cars, but that doesn't slow people down. Oh, how do they work it then? Well, it's all done on trust with flags. Really? With racing drivers? I went, yes, I know, Alan. I know it's difficult, but there are severe penalties. And indeed, of course, one Audi driver did get thrown out of the race for not respecting the double waved yellows and subsequent code 120s and 60s that were counting down to an incident, and was politely asked not to bother getting back in the car. And that was, I think, fairly early in the week during a practice session. So that car had to start and therefore...
This is a news flash, John, but the top 3 cars of TCR are nose to tail. Kimmo Suominen, Jürgen Frank fighting back. This is in their second stint, and on the tail, Sven Glatzel for Team Huizingveld. But they've got some faster cars coming up behind them. I think they're the first 2 cars in the Cup 2 class. Yes, they are. Of course, they're separated by just half a second. They've got this trio of TCR cars to go past, and at the moment, it's the flashing of the light routine. Marcus Jurek with Claudius Wied right on his tail. Ooh, Marcus Jurek's got through. Claudius Wied has got separated. He's got stuck in the middle of that TCR train. He will work his way past, but finally advantage for Asher Racing over Sim RC Cup. Jurek gained a good second or so on Wied, and he would actually have spent most of his stint trying to gain a second on Wied, but Wied has actually got a good exit out away from the TCR class cars, and maybe, just maybe, he'll be close enough when they get onto the Dottingher to pick up a vestige of a toe which he can use to get back on the tail. But, you know,
Well, here's the first of the predictions coming in from the computer algorithm. We are right between 22 and 23 laps when the time runs out. So that's very interesting indeed, given what we've just been talking about here. We're coming down 8 minutes away from half distance. We've got 10 laps completed. So the team's heading onto on their 11th lap at the moment. And at the front of the field, the computer therefore predicting between 22 and 23 laps when time expires. So that's very, very important information. Now it takes our software time to work that out. The guys will have had their slide rules, computers, calculators, fingers and toes if required, to sort that out. So they will have already been looking at that and looking at the pace. Track temperature dropping down to 25 Celsius. Winds drop right down as well. Still mostly cloudy as the sun is beginning to drop below the horizon. 25 degrees in the air. So air and track temperature, Bruce, have finally equalised. Still, this battle for first and second continues in the Cup class. So down towards the Gallows Hill corner and on to the Langstrecken-Serie for this battle at the very head of the field in Cup 2. Claudius Veed having to work very hard to get the car to turn in, but he's got a splendid run off that triple apex corner, tries a bit of side drafting, but then pulls well out of the way and has already drafted through, and immediately the car that was in at the head of the field, Marcus Hirak for Asher Racing, gets the tour, pulls it all the way out to the right-hand side. He's going to drag back through. That's 2 drafting manoeuvres before the Bill Stein Bridge. And now the 276 has the inside line, but can't make that one count. Nominally, these 2 cars, teammates, both carrying the Asher Racing logos, of course. Sim RC Cup listed as the entrant for the 276 car. Fabulous stuff. It did look to me as though Claudius was struggling to get the car through the final corner, or the corner onto the Langstrecken-Serie, but he certainly got a good entry. Oh, they almost trailed a bit of paint going down into turn 1. Slight lop up of the tyres from Veed. Stays in second place, had the Porsche nose ahead for a moment through his turns 2 and 3. Barely a Porsche's length between them. Veed on the brakes, looks a little more confident in the 911, in the number 276 car. The black, red and silver Asher Racing car that leads in the evening light here in the final round of the 2020 Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, powered by VCO. Meantime, at the head of the field, the gap has stabilised. It did come down to 5 seconds. Dominic Stipe got it down, but Niels Koch has pulled it back out again to 6.7 seconds. Should mention that Dominic probably going to be stopping at the end of this lap, so Dominic might be just struggling for grip on the tyres. That's something we've got to keep an eye on. The gap, however, between Niels Koch and Team BMW and the car that was leading before the first pit stop, and I'll say this now because this is important as second pit stops are about to start, at least for those who went off early. Yeah, Robert Hager now 37.5 seconds, Bruce, behind the leader.
Yeah, the car that did the GT3 runner that came in for its second pit stop was the 48 car, the HTP Winwood car, and that has got Jack Sedgwick on board now, but that's run its second pit stop. In the pits at the moment, we've got the EFP by Car Collection Audi, and of course Team Heusingfeld. I've just got to double check, is that still in the pits? Is that not left? I thought we had Hofstedt back into the race. Yes, he's got back into the race, so just need to refresh a timing screen. But yes, so we've had the longest first stops for some of the cars, short middle length stops, and then we can see it from there. So quite a few of the teams might save their short stop for their final stop. They'll run regular 7 lap sectors in this race and then finish with a short one. So again, John, we're going to have to be on our toes. As you talked about the sort of athletics track stagger, we're treated to a rather more extravagant version of it here on the Nordschleife. So no one's going to help us by doing things simply. We're going to have to really crunch some numbers in the remainder of the race, which is why it's always so fantastic in the DNLS. It's never predictable, but Team BMW back, they've got 3 wins to their name, and they're leading again today in this, the 9th and final round. So full marks to them at the moment, but they're not yet home, put it that way.
Oh, no. No. I absolutely agree with you there, Bruce. There's many a slip, etc., etc. The 3 TCRs still absolutely together. Core, Sim, RC now back up into second after that little whoopsie at turn 1 with one of the Porsche Cup cars, but it doesn't seem to have slowed Jürgen Frank's pace. He's in behind the core car. Heusingfeld still in third position. Another half an hour of racing having been completed. Watch out for Steib coming in at the end of this lap for the second place Williams eSports team in the 109. It's in the Audi.
Sad to report, we've had a third pit stop from the team hoisting up Mercedes, started by Adam Christodoulou, Mats Torger Hufstedt back in the pits, and they've had 4.5 minutes at a standstill. So we can put a line through their name as being a car. It's a car that has won this season, but it's not going to win this evening, unfortunately for them. But so out front, Niels Koch leading by 6.4 seconds, but we're starting to have the second pit visitors. Anyone who's made a third pit stop, like that 101 Mercedes, unfortunately, that wasn't something they were planning to do. They did a 6-lap stint, a 3-lap stint, and now a 2-lap stint. I think that tells you the story that all is not right. And now our first two into the pits, Niels Koch and Dominic Steib. 11 laps on the board into the pits, so we can start doing the maths on that. Car 107,
well,
first pits. That's a short one.
Short one for Niels, yeah. I reckon that's a 5-lap stint.
It is a 5, yep.
Alex Arana goes through then to take the lead for Mahle Racing Team. Remember, they went off on a... What did they do? They did a 6 with Sami Matti Trogan. So at least another lap at the end of this one for Alex as the first two. So this is interesting for me because Niels Koch only having done 5 laps. This is all about track position, and they're watching BS competition, the other BMW, aren't they? And Hager's gone through. Hager's gone through, Bruce, in that zebra stripe BMW bank car into second position. Jamo Hertling for Schnitzelheim up into third. The Schnitzelheim car did a 7, as did the BS competition car. So we're starting to see some of that stagger we were talking about, that tactical stagger beginning to equalise now, perhaps a bit earlier than we anticipated.
Yeah, but there's another thing in this. The BS competition car, Robert Hager at the wheel, he's lapping in 8 minutes and 5 seconds. The really quick cars should be lapping under 8 minutes. In fact, our new race leader, Alex Arana, just did a 7-minute, 57.7 second lap. So unless Hager can pick up his pace, it's going to make it really, really difficult for Lauren Heinrich to do anything about getting back into the lead, despite his brilliant opening stint. 7 laps in which he worked wonders, but at the moment, Robert Hager is struggling a little bit for pace, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that is... well, it's going to depend, of course, what pace the other drivers have in the other cars when we see the changes. Jack Sedgwick behind the wheel of the MANN FILTER Team HTP Winward car. He's in 6th at the moment. Not been their day so far. 8:02 last time around for Jack. But that car, the number 48, that's one of these cars that's done odd numbers of laps. So Phil Ellis did 6. Alexia Loma then did, 4 laps? So Jack's now in that car. So they've now done their 2 driver changes, Bruce. And that, I think, is the first car that we can say that of, because the BMW Junior team, which is, albeit further down the 113, has still got Neil Verhagen at the wheel. And I think Neil's been in since the start. Yes, he has. So Sedgwick in that MANN FILTER car, that means they've had 2 driver changes. So whatever else they think they might want to do, they could leave Jack in the car all the way to the end from here, if that's what they felt they wanted to do. Now behind them is the Audi, and that's Dominic Steib and the Williams eSports Audi. That's the Chill Blast car. Confusingly, that has the 02 on the top right-hand side of the windscreen, but that's where he was when he crossed the line in the pits and then made a stop, of course, for that Williams eSports car.
Yeah, exactly. Now we've got Kai Kashuba Kai Kashuba's listed in the 107, which is, the Team BMW bank car.
That's just come back out.
Yeah. Okay, so he's
So that's one driver change, because Nels did 6 and 5 laps. 6 and 5 laps. So having Kai in that car means that they've got to go back to Niels at some stage before the end of the race, which we're still predicting at 22 and a bit laps. So that, of course, means 23. But you see what I'm saying? It's tight, depending on the times at the front end of the field and how many pit stops are still to be completed. Kai Kashuba, fresh from a dominating performance at the WeatherTech Raceway in the iRacing, the new iRacing IMSA series. Watching a bit of that earlier on today, actually, as this battle for 5th dives down through Callanhard. Beautiful light, really golden hour now. Temperature on the track holding up nicely around 25 degrees. In the height of the summer, we've seen that almost double that, and it was ripping the tyres to shreds. But it's been mostly cloudy since we started practicing qualifying, some couple of hours ago. Past half distance now, 1:25 still to run. Here's Bruce Jones with his thoughts on the first half of the race.
We are seeing people do more different tactics than ever before. There are some grey clouds above the circuit which may have a role to play. We know it's not going to rain, but I think the track temperature is going to start dropping relatively soon, which could be really interesting. We've got people who are doing 2 shortish stints to start with, but then they're going to have the longer pit stop if they then do 2 7-lap stints thereafter. We've got others who are sticking with a long first stint, a long second stint. So we're going to have people really starting to close up. And then in the second half of the race, we're just into the second half of the race, they can start doing some shorter stints. And those, of course, mean your tyres are more suitable, they're more on their toes, but also your pit stops are going to be shorter. So we are going to have people coming from all sorts of different angles. But I'm just starting to think that, unfortunately, for the team that really showed fabulous form at the start of the race, the BS competition team, Lauren Heinrich did a fabulous stint, but Robert Hager, again, is still lapping in 8 minutes and 5 seconds, which just isn't fast enough. However they work their tactics, I'm afraid he needs to pick up the pace by probably 3-4 seconds a lap to keep that car in the hunt. Yes, he came in with an advantage when it was handed to him by Lauren Heinrich, but that is being dissipated by the lap, and I would suggest that car has fallen away from provisional lead back to about 4th in this race. So unlucky, but he's learning as he goes, and I'm sure Robert Hager will be back, and I'm sure Lauren Heinrich will get in to finish the race, but by then I think the damage would have been done, John.
Yeah, 4 laps in for Robert. Question for me is, how far will he go before he jumps out? I suspect probably 2 more laps. Marvellous racing. Sorry, Bruce.
No, I was going to say quite
racing.
possible. I still want to factor in the fact that his first pit stop, relative to he's behind the Mahle Racing Team car, was 24 seconds slower. He's only 28 seconds down on the track. And again, different length pit stops, but he just needs to find a few seconds a lap. Meanwhile, as we say, there's the HTP MANN FILTER HTP Winwood car has got plenty of company. Jack Sedgwick has got Dominic Steib. They're 5th and 6th at the moment, but they're lapping pretty well, actually. So these are cars that are going to come back up the order. And unfortunately, I just think Robert Hager's just got to pick up the pace a bit if he's going to keep that BS competition car in the hunt.
That's Bruce Jones. I'm John Hindhaugh. What a season it's been for the DNLS powered by VCO. Check out the VCO Esports Cloud and their website for lots of resources, video, photography, just really painting a fabulous picture of this series, and indeed the global series that they did with the iRacing versions of all the big race of the year. Highlights, well, all of those, to be honest, but I particularly like the most recent, the 4th and final race that we did with the Petit Le Mans, Max Verstappen taking part in that and going very well nicely. Here's that battle down the Dottinger Höhe, side by side, MANN FILTER and the Audi still side by side, 5th and 6th, absolutely together. Staib and Sedgwick holding on. Oh, there's a touch, and Sedgwick, what a save from Jack Sedgwick as they were coming through to the end of the Dottinger Höhe and the Tiergarten. The little hip and shoulder there from Staib as he came up through into the dip, and somehow Sedgwick held onto the car having been pitched sideways, and he's trying to go the long way around into turn 1. This could get nasty. Let's see what Jack can do. Got to roll off the brakes now and all the way around the outside, and he can't do it, but he's quick off the corners. The front engine Merc, very quick centre out of the corners. Now goes down the inside of turn 3. That's audacious if he can pull that one off. They're using their tyres here. They're really leaning on it, but Sedgwick, I think, has got his dander up, Bruce, after that little shoulder barge earlier on, and I think he's going to take that position back into the Grand Prix loop hairpin.
Powered by anger, I feel, at the moment, probably quite rightfully so, because that really was a phenomenal save. But you know, if he hadn't been on his mettle, he'd have been into the barrier, and they might have ended up with both of those cars off. Might be fighting over 5th place, but I do actually have sympathy for Jack Sedgwick there. That was robust, I think we should say. But he remains on the track. They're running 3rd and 4th now, because let's just have a flash who's dived into the pits. Who have we had come in recently? We've had J-Mo Hartling in the number 11 Schnitzelaum Racing Mercedes has come in, and Sami Matti Trogan has been in. So suddenly, yes, of course, you get the shuffle. You look away at a fabulous battle like that, and other people take different tactics. So the Mahle Racing team's made its 2nd pit stop as well.
And what's important about that was it was Alex Arana who brought the car in. Sami Matti goes back out again. So that's their 2 driver changes done, and it would suggest with 6 and 6 that they think this is going to be closer to a 24-lap race, and they are going to make it 4 stints of 6 laps, or 3 of 6 and 1 of 5. But it's a 3 pit stop race as far as they are concerned, Bruce, and they think they're still in the hunt. I'm sure they do.
Yeah, that's a notable point, John. So let's find out who is right and who is wrong. And just point out, of course, also the BS competition BMW is now leading the race by 36 seconds, but it does owe us a pit stop, and still our race leader Robert Hager putting in the same lap time, 8 minutes and 5. He does need to lap faster than that.
I think he'll come in at the end of this end of this lap, having done a 6-lap stint. I can't imagine they're going to leave him out for the full 7, because I don't think it helps them. Lauren Heinrich started that car, did a great stint, 7 laps. Robert's on his 6th now, and I've got to think that they're going to stop, and Lauren will get back in again and do another 7-lap stint, and then they're still going to have a shortish stint to the end. Whether that is Robert, or again they could have a 3rd driver. I think it's only the 2 drivers in that car. Never really certain, because we don't really know. We get as extensive an entry list as possible from VCO and the organisers, but it's not gospel, let's put it that way. But I've got to think that Lauren's going to get in for another 7-lap stint at the end of this one. That will take them to 18 laps. There could be as many as 6 laps left at the end of that.
Yeah, and what we have to remember, of course, if Lauren Heinrich gets in to finish off the race, in his first stint, he never lapped above 8 minutes. He was 7 minutes 57, 7 minutes 58. And so whatever he can do in the car, he should be able to do all over again, and that will certainly bring it back in. But it's leading the race, has only served the 1 pit stop. The other car in the SB9 class that's only done 1 pit stop so far is the Vodafone team Get Speed Mercedes. That's car number 2, running 6th. Of course, they will fall down the order a little bit when they make those 2nd pit stops. But by doing the 2 long stints early on, I think it sets them fairly well for the rest of this race.
Let's look at the leaders in the other classes. Kimmo Suominen for Core Sim Racing still heads that 3-car train in TCR. He's in the 403 car. In GT4, Sinvasetsas in the 303 Porsche 718 for Core Sim Racing. They're at the head and 17th overall. Porsche 911 Cup is that fabulous battle between the two cars that we've been watching all the way through. For the moment, at least, it's Claudius V for Sim RC Cup 2 in the 276, and he is in 8th position overall at the head of the field. But owing us a pit stop shortly, Robert Hager for BS Competition with over a half-minute lead at the front of the field with just on an hour and 16 to go.
Eine Legende. Die gefährlichste Rennstrecke der Welt. Der kleinste Fehler wird sofort bestraft. Denn nur wer auf Qualität setzt, kann das Rennen gewinnen. Spezialfedern. Das Fahrwerk.
Still plenty of tactics to play out. TCR always good for a battle. And just heading down under the Yokohama Bridge, Jürgen Frank had a very close look at the back of Kimmo Suominen. I will get his name right at least once this race. First and second absolutely together, make that first, second and third in TCR as they've been down through the foxhole and up through Annenau Forst. Sven Glatzel looking at the back of Jürgen Frank, who is looking at the back of the leader.
What's remarkable, John, in the TCR class, we sort of joke about it at the start of the race, how they say super close, but we're more than halfway through the race and the first three cars are as close as they were on the opening lap. Oh, hold on a second. Let's have a little look at this battle for 5th place overall. There's a bit of previous on the last lap. Jack Sedgwick and it was Dominic Stye, but now he's got Sami Matti-Trogan coming up to challenge him as well. But he's back at Dominic Stye. Hold on, sorry, Sami Matti-Trogan's about 2 seconds down in the background. Because this duo are fighting over 3rd place, expect the Finn to close right in the Mahle Racing Team Audi. But Jack Sedgwick, nice and cool and calm this time. Last time around, having been given a shoulder barge, he was getting a bit feisty here. We both felt with some reason as he went through the sort of Mercedes arena at the start of the lap, having been shoved aside by Dominic Stye, but he hasn't managed to get past John. It's very, very tricky.
I know that Nick mentions this when we get the onboard views, and those of you watching the pictures on radio-show.co.uk will be able to see this perfectly as we're looking over the shoulder of Jack Sedgwick. 3rd gear, and the shift lights easily able to be seen on the screen in front of the driver, but everything else is showing all zeros. The driver, of course, can see that, but just in case any of the other teams are looking, it's blanked out in the non-player view. And remember, in iRacing, you only have one choice of view, that is from behind the wheel. None of this driving the car from a drone 20 feet up in the air and 20 feet behind it. Malarkey. It's a simulation, not a game. And I did notice at the weekend, and Bruce, you were calling the race at the 24 Hours of Spa, that a number of the teams were blanking out their dashboards out of the view of the camera. They were blanking them off so the camera couldn't see them. And a couple of our listeners, long-term listeners, had sent me a few notes to say that they'd noticed that some teams weren't getting up when they watched the early sessions, weren't using sixth gear, obviously had different strategy going on there, and there was a couple of teams that were blanking that out in real world. So I think they're starting to learn something from what we're seeing here in iRacing.
I know, I thought exactly that when I realised Team Acker ASP, after they'd taken pole position, didn't want anyone to see exactly what Rafa Marciello was up to. But
absolutely right.
I mean, it was a phenomenal race. I mean, so many things happened in that race. I guess, Spa-Francorchamps, like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it provides its own. The weather can be even more extreme, and it tried at various parts. But there was actually a really strange thing for me, because obviously the Spa 24 Hours is normally held in the height of summer, but to be holding it with much more darkness and very little track temperature, it seldom got above 10 degrees, was we had this fluky rain that would come in for part of the circuit. We've heard that before over the decades, but it would disappear again within 3 laps. It was really tricky for the teams to guess which way it was going next, but all great fun. But a 24-hour race, come what may, we know, John, we're not getting any younger. By the end, you do feel completely stuffed, don't you?
Yeah, and the irony of Nick Tandy coaxing home a Rover Racing motor oil sponsored Porsche that clearly was somewhat lacking on the lubrication front. It sounded like a bag of hammers on the last few laps, but somehow Tandy got it home. I'm not sure any of the parts will be good for anything afterwards.
No one feels not, because we couldn't just work out why Patrick Niederhauser wasn't able to close in, but we didn't realise he was effectively following the Torrey Canyon, as it just put so much oil down onto a greasy track. Poor chap. If he hadn't been doing that and it was just another sort of mechanical problem that was slowing Nick Tandy, he'd have been a sitting duck. But in fact, the problem sort of had a solution of its own, which was dump the oil on the track. Nothing that Nick could do about that. Just want to point out, John, we're on the 14th lap, and that means at the end of this, Robert Hager should be coming in, because he'll have done...
And that would have been 2 sevens.
That car would have done 7
good point.
7.
Yeah, very good point, Bruce.
Dominic Stibe still fighting very hard with Jack Sedgwick, and in the background, Sammy Matty Trogan in 5th place. But up front, it's those 2 BMWs. It's the VS competition car from Team BMW Bank, Robert Hager from Kai Kashuba. Kai, though, only 25 seconds behind, has made his second pit stop. So different tactics. Let's see when Lauren Heinrich gets in the car what he can do.
So Jack Sedgwick and Dominic Stibe having this scrap, and this is not helping Dominic's cause. Not helping Dominic's cause, because he doesn't need to be in this battle right now in the Chill Blast Audi. He drops back in behind Sedgwick. So Sedgwick back to 3rd, swapping places again, these two. Marvellous stuff, absolutely marvellous stuff. As they head towards the hill at the bottom of the run to the carousel. It's getting really rather overcast, and the last vestiges of the sun have been blanked out. Track temperature holding up nicely at 25 Celsius, that's good news. I reckon now maybe only 9 laps to go at the end of this one for the leader. So that's 22 laps. If it's a 22-lap race, this is going to be a real splash for some people at the end. I mean, we've got one team here who are doing 7-lap stints at the front of the field, Bruce. I mean, if Hager gets 7 here, can Heinrich do an 8 and they save a pit stop? That's their only hope, isn't it, at this stage?
Well, that will be a massive drum roll for them at the season finale, but Hager's doing, again, he's done an 8-minute 5, an 8-minute 6. But if they can stretch it, if, so many permutations here. But the advantage at the moment is 22 seconds over Kai Kashuba, but Kai is lapping in, get this, just banged in his fastest lap of the race, 7 minutes 57.0 seconds. So he's taken 9 seconds out of the race leader, who surely must be at the end of this lap, unless they've said to Robert, run a little bit back off the pace and see if you can get it out to 8 laps.
Yeah, maybe. Well, that could be the answer, of course, and we might have to say sorry to Robert later on about his lap time, because if he does an 8-lap stint here and then you set Lauren on full rich to the end, his average, by the way, in his first 7-lap stint was 7:57. His best is 7:54.6, and I don't think he did a lap, even including the rolling lap. I don't think he did a lap over 8 minutes in that whole stint.
He absolutely did not. Yeah.
It can be their only chance if they think it is going to be a 22-lap race. If it stays at 22, in fact, it's just dropped to 21 because of the pace of Hager at the front. It's dropped to 21, so it's 21/22 now, rather than as it was in the first hour of the race, 22/23. So, in fact, there we go. It just goes up as Hager crosses the line. Does he pit? Yes, he does. Yep. He's just come into the pits now.
Okay,
so
that's
there's
all
8
of our
laps.
front runners.
8 laps to go now for the front runners. That's what the computer says. Kashuba's gone through for Team BMW Bank. Dominic Steib will be through next. Heinrich's back in. The problem that they've got, of course, is that doesn't help. I've just realised that doesn't help them in that car because they haven't done their 2 driver changes.
Ah, yes.
So unless I've misread the regulations,
no,
has
they've
disappeared.
changed from A to B and B back to A. If they had a 3rd drive, no, they're fine. Unless I'm being
yes, yeah. Let me think. Where have they dropped down to? Yes, correct. You're absolutely right. A to B to A. That's 2 driver changes. Correct. Sorry. Yes, you're absolutely right. So that is.
Could have been
so
another
that's
variable, but we don't think it is.
No. Correct. Thank you, Bruce, for correcting me there. So, Lauren to Robert, Robert to Lauren, 14 laps completed, potentially 8 laps to go as they've rolled out. Kai Kashuba, who leads, has done 3 laps. So they've been doing 6 and 5. If he does another 6, that will take him to lap 17. And another 6 off the back of that is enough to get him home quite easily. In fact, he could do... now, that is a car that's got a hand back over, though, because Niles, that's the car that's got a hand back over. Niles did the first 2 stints. So Kai's got to hand that car back over to Niles for another stint to get them to lap 21 or 22, or indeed 22 or 23, depending on how they can
even to Bruno Spengler, who's down on my entry list.
Yes, and that's what I was saying. Yes, that's what I was saying earlier on. You can't always take that as gospel. But I was wondering if Bruno was going to get in that car and bring it home at the end.
Well, either way, they've got to do that further driver change. The thing I want to pick out now, John, is the fact that Lauren Heinrich, back in the BS competition, BMW, in 5th place. He's 57 seconds behind Kai Kashuba. But can they do it with just the 1 more pit stop? Or in fact, without 1 more pit stop?
No, that's it.
Can he do an 8?
If they can do an 8 here, then they're home and hosed. If they can't, then their pit stop time will be very short on fuel and a brand new set of tyres. And the question is, how early do you do that in the stint? Do you decide to do that after 2 or 3 laps and absolutely reel off 3 quali laps, take the best out of the tyres because the car's going to be heavy, and then refill to the end and bung another set of tyres on and do what might be only another 4 laps, potentially 4 or 5 laps? Well, you know, that wouldn't be the worst tactics, because it would keep, you wouldn't be putting a lot of fuel in, and you would have the pace in the tyres at the end when you need it.
Yeah, and another thing, John, within that, the later you do your pit stop, you've talked about the predicted number of laps remaining. It's flip-flopping left and right. The later into the race, the more accurate it ought to be. and
That's
therefore
very
you can
true.
really dictate precisely how much fuel you put in the tank, providing you trust the numbers, that is.
He can't afford to be short on fuel here. This battle for what is now, of course, second and third, Dominic Steib and Jack Sedgwick. They are only 10 seconds away from the leader, Kai Kashuba. Let's look at their fuel situation. Well, Kai leading. We've mentioned that he is on his 4th lap out of the pits, as is Dominic. Jack Sedgwick on his 5th lap out of the pits at the moment. Phil Ellis started the MANN FILTER car, the number 48 that Jack's in now. He handed to Alexi Aloma after 6. Alexi did 5. Jack Sedgwick has now done 5. Has now done 4 rather. He will complete his 5th at the end of this race. They can leave Jack into the end if they want to. They don't need to put one of the other drivers in.
I expect them to run that tactic, but look, Jack Sedgwick
Sammy
in
Matthews
traffic is
closing
suddenly,
in.
yeah, he's going to be the meat in the sandwich. I thought it would have happened rather sooner, because fighting so hard with Dominic Starr, Sammy Matty Trogan was behind, is still behind. Oh, back to the place change, are we? Bad chance to swap more paint, but Dominic Steib across the nose of Jack Sedgwick, went past the TCR Audi, just about holding on. But Sedgwick, he's tried quite a few times in the last few laps, hasn't he, John?
Since when has Klostertal been an overtaking manoeuvre? And we've seen more of them this race than I think we have all season up until now. Heading up the hill through Mudkurve and Kesselchen and then into Klostertal to get it all finished. Absolutely outstanding stuff. It is still the Jack Sedgwick sitting in 4th position, started the lap in 3rd. In 3rd. Started in 4th, but because, of course, someone has pitted, he and Dominic Steib now battling and disputing 2nd position. Just a couple of seconds ahead of Sammy Matty Trogan, who was coming strong. Took about a second out of those two, maybe a second and a half last time around. Lauren Heinrich back at the wheel of BS Competition. 8:12 for his outlap from the pit lane. That included part of his pit stop. That's really quick.
Look,
really
John,
quick.
one of his sector times was the fastest of anybody in the... on the grass, Jack Sedgwick really pushing on. This will give a little bit of breathing space for Dominic Steib in 2nd place. And certainly for Sammy Matty Trogan, he'll be thinking, hey, there's a bit of sucker for me here, because look how hard Sedgwick is pushing. But you know what, talking about overtaking at Klostertal, you know how drivers sit in their car before the start of the race and they visualise the track, very difficult around the whole of the Nordschleife, and they sort of move their body around. I bet in their list of potential overtaking places, they didn't think, you know, I'll save it until I get to Klostertal. It's all so easy there, but by gosh, they've been having a go.
We see it sometimes from the slightly less quick classes, not so much in the GT3s. And in fact, I seem to remember in one of the earlier races of the season, we had a shunt very early on, didn't we, that involved the Mahle Racing team when they qualified on pole position, and they came in at the end of the 1st lap. I think at that time it was Canapino was in that car. And Alex Arana, yeah.
Yes, that was one of the surprising ones, but that was on the opening lap. So we were 2/3 of the way around the opening lap, and suddenly someone went missing, and the cars were so nose to tail, it took a moment to work it out. But then, one of the beauties of a virtual racing thing, our director could flick back, find the car, find the moment. Marvelous. And certainly that's something that you know, when you cover the regular events, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, they do a fabulous job, but they do not have infinite cameras and the ability to recall whatever they want to find. And that is why I think in so many ways it's just been so refreshing watching this series.
At RSL_studio, Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh, as we're inside the last hour. Anybody who stops now, I would say, well, yes, anybody who stops now can go to the end. That's basically what we are seeing. So let's just scan back down and see when Heinrich left the pits. He left at 3 minutes to the hour. So he let 3 minutes to the hour is when he, so that was 7 minutes ago. Wow. So that is going to be an hour and 4 minutes he's going to have to do to when the time runs out. And you can't bet that that's going to be on the lap that you need it to be. That's the issue. I think he's still going to have to splash. I think he's still... I can't think that Heinrich is going to try and get an 8-lap stint, because even if he does, that might not be enough, depending on where the leader is at the time. We're still only predicting, though, 22 laps, so if he can do that... And if he... What could be crucial here is track position after everybody else makes their stops, Bruce, because if Heinrich cycles back to the front of the field in the BS competition BMW and he can control that last lap, he's got enough cushion to make sure that time runs out whilst he's on the 22nd lap, then effectively it's in his hands at that point. If he's having to chase somebody...
Yeah, he needs to knock it back to a 21-lap race. 7-7-7.
Yeah.
That's what he has to do.
I don't think he can do that. I don't think he can do that. I think that's too much to ask. But it's going to be down to track position. It will be down to track position. If he's at the front of the field when all the stops ahead of him are made, and he should be, because he's only 51 seconds behind the leader. So nobody can do the pit stop and get back out in that time. So the answer's going to be, what will the cushion be? And can Heinrich use that cushion to affect the length of the race to his advantage?
Yeah, I mean, this is a consideration. But what I have to say to that is that BS competition, they really deserve a win. They've had a couple of second places when Lauren Heinrich's been sharing with Alexander Voss. No wins. But look, Team BMW Bank, remember the name, leading the race by, well, as it is, a whisker under 10 seconds. They are the most successful team in this championship with 3 wins. No one else has won more than 1. I think they've got the ingredients. I think they've got a really well-balanced driver lineup. And Kai Kashuba lapping very sensibly. Not quite as fast as Dominic Steib behind him, but I think overall it's looking pretty good for them. But we've highlighted the fact that if BS competition have done their sums right, if they can control the race from the front, they may get through without another pit stop.
New fastest lap of the race for Sindre Setsas in the Core Sim Racing 2. That's the GT4 718 Boxster, Cayman. And that is in 17th position at the moment and leads that class from Tom Valentini, who will go through in a moment to take second place, has just done that in the BMW. And he crosses the line as the leader in the class, is just going through the hairpin on the Grand Prix circuit, and Niels Carstensen, by the way, has just pulled into the pit lane for what will be his final pit stop. I reckon everybody there, Setsas, Valentini, Carstensen and Sasha Berger, they're all good to the end of the race. Much easier for those classes because they can do an hour or more on a stint. By no means as easy calculations at the sharp end of the field, where Williams Esports and MANN FILTER, 2 of the big teams, battling for second place, Dominic Steib and Jack Sedgwick, and they are 9.5 seconds behind the leader, Kai Kashuba, who's doing a very good job indeed. Will have to hand that car back over, but can come in any time now to hand that car back to Nazkosh to take it to the end. I think he might do one more lap. He's done 4 now, so this is his 5th. I think he might do 6 just to give a little bit of a cushion in terms of fuel mileage, but they are well inside the run to the end now, with only 6 laps potentially to go at the end of this one. So it's up to them now. 6, 5, and at the moment coming on to another 6-lap stint for that car at the head of the field.
Yeah, Lauren Heinrich in 5th place in the BS competition car, the car that started from pole position, car 189, the BMW Z4, is the fastest driver on the circuit. He's chipping away, but this is what's so confusing, John. If someone comes into the race now, they'll see, oh, the car in 5th is 50.5 seconds down the race leader. Not a chance. But of course, this is a car that may get to the finish without one further pit stop, whereas we know everybody ahead is going to have to make a pit stop. The big question is, it'll be a 22-lap race, 21, or even 23. If it's 23, well, all bets are out of the window. But it's so technical. It really is like a very, very well-advanced card game, the sort of ones I would never be able to play. But that's why this championship is just so enthralling at the front end. In the other classes, the Porsche Cup class, the GT4 class, the TCR class, they run much more simplistic race strategies, don't they? They pretty much come in at the top of the hour, and that's the end of the race. But that's what keeps everybody on their toes, everybody guessing, which is fun.
Yeah, end of a race hour or somewhere near to it, and by the time they've spent a minute and a half or so in the pit lane for the fuel drop, driver changes taking place pretty much instantaneously. That's one thing that is one of a couple of things that's very different here in the iRacing world. And just a word, by the way, for all of our teams and drivers, we've been saying what a great job VCO and Race Sport and all of the rest of the organisers have done in putting this on, publicising it, getting out the regulations and the entry lists, and to us as well. So thank you very much for all of that. But also got to say, the teams and drivers, what great commitment. And I'll say what we've said right from the start of the season, since we started covering the IMSA Pro Series and the VCO powered races here at the Nordschleifer, and indeed the Global Classics as well that have been put on this year, that the professionalism, the dedication and the attention to detail by the drivers and the teams has been outstanding. And whilst we know that the cars, the tracks, the environments are virtual, the talent is absolutely real. And hopefully we've been able to convey that through our commentary and the enjoyment that we've had. I hope that everyone else has had at least a little bit of it. More paid traded down at turn 1. Already a slight dink in the nose of the 3rd place AMG GT3 of Jack Sedgwick. And again, he's having a little bit of a battle with Dominic Stab. Actually, that's now the battle for the lead. Because we have had the stop by the team BMW back. No, we haven't. Sorry, my apologies. Hindhaugh overexcited and misreading timing screen is not breaking headline news, is it?
I'll give you a headline, John.
Yeah, go on then.
Lauren Heinrich just set the fastest lap of the race. He's still 49 seconds down, but he's chipping away. That's all he can keep on doing. But yeah, the battle between 2nd and 3rd, Stibe and Sedgwick, magical. Somehow, Sammy Matty Trogan can't quite catch them. A couple of TCR cars. When I say a couple of TCR cars, they're 2 of the main TCR cars,
isn't it? Is that 2nd and 3rd?
It is indeed.
Is Cora and Heusingveld? Yeah, they're still 2nd and 3rd. Jürgen Frank has cleared off just a little bit in the 276. In the 476. 76 tends to be Sim Racing's numbers and the different prefix to that, denoting the classes. And by the way, there's something else that could be learned by Full Metal Racing Series. Give your cars numbers where the first digit of the number gives you a clue as to what class it's in straight away. So if you catch a sight of a number, if it starts with a 4, we know that it's the TCR class, SP3T. That's definitely something I'm up for. It used to happen in a couple of series in the past, but in fact the ACO tried it in WEC and at Le Mans for a wee while, and Creventic tried to keep that through their classes in some of the bigger races like the Dubai 24. And it just drifts sometimes, though.
Yeah, it does. And as you say that, actually, John, a couple of the Cup 2 class cars, instead of being 200 to 300 and then, or 200 to 299, there's one running as 41, another running as 40. One of the GT4 cars, for some reason, has been allowed to run as number 8. So I think for the next series, it starts very soon indeed, the 28th of November, the second DNLS. They should say, no, you stay within the numbers that befit the class that you're racing in. It's just easier for everybody.
I think the only thing that I don't mind is the overall champion being given the number 1, and that's something that I know Creventic have done down through the years, from whatever class that overall champion has come, because they combine all their championships to have an overall victor. Then that's fine. And in fact, that's actually happened in the full metal version of what was VLN, now NLS.
Yeah,
that's happened there as well, and it's not always an SP9 team that win it. And in fact, we have had it, and you'll remember this more accurately than I, Bruce. We had the championship winning team getting the number 1, but then the 2 drivers split up and drove for different cars and had to have an agreement of who got custody effectively of the number 1 plate.
Yeah, that's the good thing about drinking games. Just joking. But, that's absolutely fine. And I think it's rather good if you're driving in, let's say, the 6th fastest class in something like the NLS. But you're champion, well, you've earned it. You got more points than any of your rivals in your class and anybody in any of the other classes. That's absolutely fine. But that's all I'm allowing, John, I'm afraid. Right, we've got pit visitors. It looks as though Marcus Durack has dived into the pit. Has he been followed in the Cup 2 class by Claudius Veed? Not yet.
No, because he's got quite a lead.
Oh yeah,
here comes. He's only coming to the line now. So has he already made his stop? He must have already made his stop, has he?
Nope.
No. Right, let me skim down my tiled bathroom wall here to the 200s. So Veed has done 7-7, and then a couple of laps. Asher has done 7-6, and now is on his just completed his 3rd lap of his stint. So Martin must think he can't get. Oh, Martin's getting back in. So Martin Asher is going to finish off the season. Claudius Veed, then, when did he make his stop, and can he get to the end?
Well, it's really rare in the Cup 2 class for anyone to do anything different. They really do seem to be the ones you can set your watch by. So unless something was amiss, or maybe, John, one of those teams thinks it's going to run for, let's say, 22 laps, the race distance. Another one might think it's going to be 1 lap more or 1 lap less. And that's what they're working on. Or maybe it's track position. Nobody runs so close.
But they'll get lapped one more time before the end. And I would have thought, I mean, the 276 car started this stint spot on the top of the hour. So, they've been out there 16 minutes. And I can't imagine it was that much different for the Asher racing car. In fairness, Marcus Chirac only did, well, you see, they were 9 minutes short of the hour. So maybe they can't quite go that long. Okay, in which case, I understand why they've done that, because they might feel that they can't do, what was their first stint? Yeah, an hour, spot on. So maybe they think they can't go to the end. Well, that's going to be interesting for me, because then we're going to have to see when the race ends and keep an eye on Claudius Veed, who looks like he's doing the race on his own this evening in the Sim RC Cup 2 teams 276 car. Ole Schumann took over that car, the 201, at 7.5 minutes before the hour. So again, that's going to have to be over an hour. Till Bema started that car. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about those Cup cars, but we'll find out.
We will find out, John. It happens. It comes to us in the end. But Team Hoysink-Veld, unfortunately, having done 6 laps, 3 laps, and then a bizarre 2-lap stint, have just made their 4th pit stop, and Jan Santowski has taken over. But unfortunately, they're down to 14th place overall. So whatever the problem was for Team Hoysink-Veld with their Mercedes, bear in mind it's the team that's won a race this year. It's rather become unfolded. 6, 3, 2, 5. That's a strange selection of numbers with which to hope to win a race, and clearly the 2-lap stint was a problem.
Another fastest lap last time around by Lauren Heinrich, who's now gradually pulling that lap down, that gap down between himself and the leader. 7:56 flat last time around for Heinrich. He's due across the line at any second now. And
Sedgwick's gone into the pits, John.
Yeah, that's perfect. I have no problem with that. That's a 6, a 5, and
6,
a
4.
7 for that car. And they have the choice of drivers. So I can get back in it, Phil Ellis can get back in it, or Jack Sedgwick can stay in it. Here's Heinrich.
I think Jack will stay.
Across the
I reckon Jack will stay. I also make that 6-4-7, not 6-5-7. They've done 17 laps. First stint 6, the last stint was a 7. But that moves
Yes,
Lauren Heinrich.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay,
6-5-7, correct.
Very, very similar pace to the top few cars. Lauren Heinrich was he's taking small amounts out of Kai Kashuba, but it was 51 seconds in arrears, then 50, then now 48.4. It's not coming down really fast, but he knows that Kai Kashuba, Dominic Stibe, Sami Matti-Trogan ahead of him for Team BMW back, Williams Esports and the Mahle Racing team all have to do another pit stop. And he is driving, presumably, Lauren Heinrich in the 189 BMW with fingers and toes crossed that he can do something differently. So the others will be coming in really fairly soon, because Kai Kashuba, the 107 BMW, has done 6 laps, 5 laps, and now this stint so far has been 6, and it's on to the 7th. So one presumes at the end of this lap, Kashuba will be in almost certainly.
Well, Kashuba and Stibe are on the same fuel strategy. Sami Matti's got is 1 lap better off. So 107 and 109, I reckon, in at the end of this lap for first and second. Sami Matti, choice is his. He can pit this lap, put a new set of tyres on and try and get the best out of them. Or I think he could probably go at least, he can go 1 lap further. And then again, the choice is open for the 186 because it was Sami to Alex, back to Sami. The 109 was Augustin to Dominic. So Augustin's got to get back into that car. And it was Niles, and Kai. So Niles has got to get back in at the end of this lap. So first and second both have to change drivers. Third and fourth don't have to unless they want to. So that's how it's playing out at the front. But what you've got to keep an eye out for is Lauren Heinrich in the 189, because he at the moment is desperately trying to get track position. He's just over 48 seconds in arrears. In TCR, it's Core and Sim, RC TCR, still first and second. And as far as their pit stops are concerned, because let's talk about that as well, we had, let's get to the right class though, and not tell you about the GT4 category. We have, well, it's pretty similar, to be honest. As Bruce said, there's not that much difference. But the Core Sim Racing was Marius, Kimmo, and Kimmo got in at 6 minutes before the hour, and the longest stint they have done is, just on an hour and then 53 minutes. So they might need a splash. Jürgen, see above 6.6. So depending on whether they get lapped again, I think they'll both need a stint, actually, now that I've looked at that. So there'll be a little splash at the end for those. Right, we're coming down to the money laps. Under 40 minutes to go. RS1, www.radio-show.co.uk, and, of course, streaming on all the usual areas for the DNLS powered by VCO. John Hindorf and Bruce Jones with you for the last 36 and a half minutes of the season. And something tells me there are still headlines to be written and still dramas to be had.
Eine Legende. Die gefährlichste Rennstrecke der Welt. Der kleinste Fehler wird sofort bestraft. Denn nur wer auf Qualität setzt, kann das Rennen gewinnen. Spezialfedern. Das Fahrwerk.
Darkness beginning to descend then on what is just over the last half an hour of the DNLS by VCO season. And we'll run right the way through to the end of the race now. Team BMW Bank, Kai Kashuba behind the wheel. And at the moment, his lead is a scant 6 seconds. In fact, just a little under that, 5.5. But a splash and dash before the end of this race. Oh, and he had a big moment just coming through Klostertal. And no, that's not a Klostertal, my apologies, but it was coming through the foxhole. My goodness me, that's fast down there, and just clipped one of the TCR cars. Now he's into the pits now at the end of 7 laps. That's bang on time, but my goodness, that could have been huge. Absolutely huge. Kashuba, Stibe and Sami Matti-Trogan all into the pits. Now, fuel, they'll be counting back from the end. Right at the end of the pit lane, all 3 cars are in together. They will have to go up on the jacks and get fuel. In fact, it wasn't the TCR car. It looked like one of the Sim RC Porsches, but a big wobble. Is there damage to the left rear of that BMW? What was his in lap last time around? 8:03, so he lost a couple of seconds and more to the 2 cars behind him, and they may not have any choice. If it's bad enough, badly enough damaged, then the computer will decide that that's an essential repair, so he may not go down and out as quickly as everyone else. Through into the lead, Lauren Heinrich for BX Competition. Now, the key thing here is track position. He now has it. The question is, has he got enough fuel to get him to the end with a predicted 4 laps to go at the end of this one? That will make Heinrich's stint in this last stint an 8-lap stint. Spengler does get into the BMW bank car to take it to the end, Bruce, as you predicted.
Okay, well, you never know, but let's do some simple maths, John. We've got under 32 minutes remaining in the race. Call it 32 minutes flat. An average lap speed around here for the quickest drivers is 8 minutes. 8 times 8, blah, 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 that's 32 minutes flat. It's going to be absolutely on a knife edge which side of this we go, 22 laps or more. Therein lies the question. Laurin Heinrich, not only into the lead of the race, just bangs in another lap, very close to the fastest lap in the race, 7 minutes 56.3. He has intent, he has the lead, but can he stretch this stint to the end of the race? How fascinating.
Yeah, and can he control the pace enough to keep those guys behind him? He's got over 30 seconds to Spengler in second, 40 seconds to Canapino in third, and Alex Arana is back in the Mahle Racing team. He had to get in that car. 42 seconds. The top 5 with Jack Sedgwick going to the end now in the MANN FILTER AMG. That's the Team HTP Winwood car. 44 seconds, Bruce, between the top 4, and a position change at the head of TCR there, with the Sim RC machine going through on the core at the start of their lap as they came out of what's effectively turn 4 on the Grand Prix circuit. So that's a change of position as well as we head into the darkness. Now, here's the other thing that we haven't mentioned. You rightly said, and corrected me, Bruce, to say that the sun was going down, not coming up. We've got the added dimension here, or possibly lack of dimension, of darkness. So who are the crack darkness drivers now? Because that's who has to be in the car.
Oh my golly, anybody under 50, John? Still have night vision.
Speak for yourself. Well, there's a few tricks that you can do in the virtual world that you can't in the real world, like turning up the contrast and the brightness on the monitor. It's been known, I'll tell you that. There are people that choose their equipment very carefully to get every single bit of potential advantage. So Canapino ahead of Alex Arana.
I'm just about
Those
to get
two have driven together as teammates before, let's not forget.
They have, but at this stint in the race, Canapino was looking a little bit racier than Alex Arana. Maybe he's just settling into this stint, but I reckon he's going to start closing down Bruno Spengler, because at this pace, don't forget that some of both of these Audis, the Canapino Williams eSports car and the Alex Arana Mahle Racing Team car, got bottled up in the early stages of the race behind the Team BMW Bank car. And yet we saw that both of them had the pace, if only they could have got past it, to possibly pull away. Right, the job now for the Argentinian Canapino. We keep forgetting he's sitting at home in Argentina. That's another factor in this race, John. We've had these pairings. We've had Alex Arana, Canapino racing together in an early stage of the year, yet they'd never met. One was racing from Spain, pretending to be in Germany, and the other was in Argentina. So just such an extraordinary thing in this virtual racing world. You get people from all around the world, some for whom it's dark outside, it's the middle of the night, others for whom it's already the day, and yet racing on a track that could be day, or as we have now here in this final half hour, going into nightfall around the Nordschleife. So many ingredients have been stirred into this pot.
Yeah. And as we're heading in underneath the last half an hour now, big thanks to everybody at VLN, and it is still VLN, the organising body of the NLS in the real world. Got right behind this series. They truly believed in it, and I think that belief has been repaid in spades, particularly Christian Stefani and all the guys there as well, including the commentary, the German commentary team. We don't get to talk to our German compatriots. Patrick Simon, somebody I've worked with in the past, and I've commentated on him racing as well. A very tidy race driver. Gunnar Meeson as well. Ollie Martini. All of the guys on the German-speaking side of things, and particularly, as we say, to the VLN themselves, the organising body of the NLS. Nice to see as well that we've got the MANN FILTER sponsorship on this final race of the season. And much like the real world, each of those races in the real world are organised by a different club, and they come under the auspices of the VLN to turn it into a championship, which is why they have some great names from the different organising clubs. That's very traditional. The Ham winning race, of course, is one that everybody talks about. Also the sponsor names on as well, and great to have had MANN FILTER looking to extend their partnership with HTP Windward, the team from Altendienst, run now in the real world by Christian Hohenadel, and with the father and son of Bryce and Russell Ward as the Windward part of that as well. They've got five cars spread over 2 continents in the real world, and good to see the venerable HTP name being kept going by the investment of Bryce and Russell Ward, and long may they continue. That name in a variety of different guises actually goes back a very, very long way. The start of that team and bringing MANN FILTER into the digital world as well. Brilliant stuff. It's full dark now, Bruce, isn't it? These last 20 minutes or so, it's going to be a real challenge, even more of a challenge, should we say, than it normally is around the Nordschleife.
Exactly so, John. So we've got this 35-second advantage for Laurin Heinrich. He's only made 2 pit stops, that car. But then the next 4, John, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, are covered by just under 10 seconds. That's all it is between 2nd and 5th, between Bruno Spengler via Agustin Canapino and Alex Arania back to Jack Sedgwick. So super tight. And now Laurin Heinrich has blinked. He's into the pits. That's 19 laps on the board. Let's do the sums. 7, 7 and 5. So it's going to be a shorter pit stops than his rivals, but he's not going to emerge in the lead, surely, if he was only 35 seconds to the good. But he has been putting in some very, very quick lap times.
No, he's going to drop down somewhere behind. I reckon he's going to be behind Jack Sedgwick. He's going to drop down behind Jack Sedgwick and just ahead of Philip Neuler for get speed. It will all depend how quick that pit stop is. Now,
Get
zero
Speedo as a
advantage
pit stop
there.
as well. Get Speedo as a pit stop. So they've only done 2.
Okay. Yes, good point. Yeah, 7, 6, and this is the end of their 6. Laurin Heinrich then will stay in the BS, the Bureau Sud machine, with that almost zebra stripe pattern on it, or Manchester United 4th kit, or whatever it is nowadays, remarkably. Same sort of diagonal stripe pattern, although that's just in black and white rather than the shades of blue that we have. It's quick. 1 minute 14 in the pit lane. Out he goes. And where is he going to emerge then? He emerges in 5th position. And as he goes across the timing loop, he's 36 seconds away from the overall lead and 26 seconds away from 4th. Actually, you might as well say 29 seconds away from a podium.
Yeah, another way of doing it, but you think, gosh, that's a massive mountain to climb. Look at the clock. What have we got left? We've got 20 plus minutes, but that's surely not enough. But let's do the maths on the others. So our race leader, Bruno Spengler, the 3rd driver into the team BMW Bank car. Their pit stop sequence was 6 laps, 5 laps, 7 laps. Add those up, they come to 18 laps. This race, we think, will go just to... Are you still looking at 22 laps, John? 22
laps predicted. Yeah, definitely.
We've got 19 laps on the board. They're partway round the 20th, so really we're getting into the final knockings, and looks though the brain trust at Team BMW Bank, it's brought them 3 wins out of 8 rounds so far. They could make it 4 out of 9, and surely that would be enough for a championship winning points tally. With 2 drop scores at the moment before this race, they were sitting on a advantage of about 3.5 points. If they win the race, come on, mate. I said all of the challengers, 3 teams challenging for the title, just had to win the race to really put themselves into a position to take the championship. But if you're the championship leader and you win the race, well, you can work that answer out yourself. They will be champions.
Absolutely. And there is some sort of symmetry to the fact that if Bruno Spengler brings this car home to win the race, because he has been, I think, probably the real-world driver who has put as much work in as anybody and more than most to up his game in the virtual world. He's worked very hard with the likes of Lauren Heinrich and also Alex Voss as well, and absolutely bossed the IMSA Championship, the All-Pro Series that we started in March. That seems a long time ago now, but it's a long time ago, isn't it? Let's be honest. He's continually contributed and competed in other iRacing series under the BMW Motorsports banner and the BMW eSports banner. BMW, by the way, also one of the manufacturers who jumped in very early to take this very seriously, and well done to them. Porsche, Audi have all done the same too. And I think that's quite nice. If this is to be the run to the last checkered flag of this season, there's, as I say, a little bit of symmetry there.
No, exactly, and we've talked about this before, John, but and you just touched on it there, that with manufacturers taking it seriously, not only are they just putting out press releases to let everybody know what's happening, but it keeps all the press, the members of their staff who do the press releases, their PR crew, on their toes as well. Keeps them sharp, keeps them in the swing. And some of the press releases they put out are fantastic, particularly talking about how race engineers get involved and how regular sim races could help to bring on real-world racers when they come across as well. It's really been a lot of overlaying layers of interesting stories, and in a year that necessarily it's been forced into being a horrendous season in so many ways, it's been a breath of fresh air, and I love the way it's been treated so professionally, and I think everyone gains in situations like that.
And it's nice to see Bruno continues his investment in these series at this time of the year. He's just off the back of a couple of very grueling real-world full metal races. Sim RC TCR, Felix Luding and Kimmo Suminen. Finally, I got his name right. Sorry, Kimmo. And these two have been battling all race. They're heading down the foxhole right now. And these two fueled to the end of the race. Now, I said that and immediately felt the need to go and have a look. Yes, they are. They've both had a little short stint, so yes, that's fine. The battle at the front of the Cup 2 field with Sim RC and Asher Racing is the one that I'm still interested in. A shout to a couple of the teams outside of the big manufacturer-led teams. Obviously, we've had Team BMW Esports. We've got Williams Esports, who looked after the Mahle Racing team as well. Winward and Vodafone team, Get Speed and Schnitzelarm Racing, all real-world teams involved. But as far as the iRacing and virtual racing teams, Sim RC, Asher Racing, all have been brilliant and entered multiple teams, as is Team Heusingfeld. Team RSO as well at various times have entered multiple classes. Zorg Rennsport, T3 and H2, and this week particularly MSC, Alzi as well as WS Racing. All of these teams have rich history in virtual racing and have been great supporters of what we've been doing here in the last few weeks and months. Alex Arana now with his former teammate as the Spaniard, man from Bilbao, is looking at the back of the Argentinian's Audi. These two have shared cars before. Agustin Canapino, real-world racer who raced virtually many years ago and got back up the pace very, very quickly indeed remember Alex telling us earlier in the season just how impressed he was that Augustin got back on the pace, particularly around this circuit where he didn't have a lot of laps, and also particularly in the dark. And they're chasing down Bruno Spengler and the top three now, Bruce, within, let's call it 2 seconds as they're on the Dottinger Höhe.
Absolutely so. What I can't wait, it's not surely not going to count in this race, but Lauren Heinrich is putting together an unbelievably fast lap, but he is behind them by another 25 seconds or so. But yeah, 1.9 seconds now covering the top three. About to have a change of position. Are we for second place? It's Arana ahead of Canapino, but in the dark, is it now Canapino ahead of Arana? Super close. Yes, I think we've had a change of position, just waiting to have that confirmed. Bruno Spengler leads the race for Team BMW Bank. I thought they'd stretch their legs and pull clear of this duo, but oh no, it's like it was in the first stint of the race. This was the sequence where they were second, third and fourth as BS competition. Lauren Heinrich pulled clear. Now Heinrich is back in fifth place, having run a very different tactic, John.
Jack Sedgwick, the previous lap, did a 7:57.4, his fastest lap of the race, and he's closed down now to under 8 seconds from the leader. That's under 6 seconds from the battle for second and third. MANN FILTER Team HTP Winwith sniffing a podium here, I suspect. And if there's much more battling between the two Audis now in second and third, that is, well, even if there isn't, I think Jack's got the pace. That's very much on. He's been out a lap longer than everybody else, so his tyre temps and pressures have been are up a little further. So he will have had, particularly on that last lap, when the cars ahead of him were all coming out of the pits, he will have had a little bit of a performance advantage. And my goodness, he took it, because he took a couple or 3 seconds out of all of them there, and that gap just sitting now at around about 6 seconds. So now he's got to really capitalise on that and try and close down on the leading. Well, I said the two cars battling for second and third, but really it's the leading three, and Spengler's about to have his mirrors and his hands full of two very quick Audi drivers.
Yeah, just 1.3 seconds covering the top three. It's Spengler in the BMW from Alex Arana and Agustin Canapino into the dark, and it's properly dark when you dive out onto the Nordschleife. Headlights picking up the writing on the track, picking up the barriers on the outside, also picking up the fact that if you slip, there's precious little difference from the edge of the track into the barriers on the outside. So drivers on their tiptoe. It's down to 1.1 seconds now. Spengler via Arana back to Canapino. And is Jack Sedgwick catching the loss then? Yes, he is. 7 seconds now cover the top four. Fantastic.
Main time in the other categories. The TCR SP3T class, Felix Sluding has got ahead of Kimmo Suunanen. No, he was ahead, wasn't he? And Kimmo is now right in the wheel tracks underneath the rear wing on the Dottinger Höhe, but we know these TCR cars run out of revs. He's closing, but if he pulls out, the air resistance will slow him down. He has to time the slingshot absolutely perfectly across the rise under the Bilstein Bridge and down towards the end of the lap. Sometimes you've got to be a little bit further away, bizarrely, in these TCR cars when you come on to that long straight through onto the start-finish line, and we have a battle for the lead at the top of Adenauer Forst. TCRs go across the line. There are two cars there, but you can only see one set of lights at the moment. Kimmo dodges to the left-hand side and forces the leader to go defensively into the corner. And they stay first and second. Sim RC from Core, two of the big teams. Meantime, the top three out of Kallenhardt, diving down through the tree-lined far side of the circuit. That's about as far away as you can get from the pit lane. You're starting the long dash home from there. They've ran about 8 kilometres of the 20 or so, just over 20 of the Nordschleife itself when they come through down towards Exmühle, which is where they are now. So
Top three
still
covered
another
by a
12K.
second, John. Just 1 second. And then another
Coming.
6 seconds back to Jack Sedgwick. Now he's not able to live with the pace of the top three. The BMW Bank Z4 that leads the way, then the two Audis, the R8 LMSs, the Mahle racing teams, and Williams Esport. How close do you want to get to Bruno Spengler? You've been blowing the trumpet for Bruno. He's really done a fabulous job this year, but this last lap and a half is going to be absolute dynamite. Can he last it? It's a long way. It's 50 kilometres around the 2 laps.
Yeah, he's not defending. I'll give him his due. He's really, Bruce, feeling confident. He did not go defensively into Bergwerk there. He took the optimum line and took a lot of speed through the hill to the point where the Audis have not been able to challenge him through Mutklerv and Kesselchen and Klostertal, all of those tricky corners. And now starting to climb again up towards the end of the 12th kilometre at the Caracciolo carousel. Luding still battling away at the front of the field. The top three out of the carousel. Poor act through towards the long right-handers, and the start of the switchback in the middle of the track that all is very difficult to pick out. There's a couple of parts of the Nürburgring that look very similar, and you cannot get them wrong. Easy to lose your place in the dark, dropping down now towards Brünchen and out of it. And Spengler under intense pressure at the moment from Alex Arana, but steadfastly sticking to the racing line. I'm very impressed here. He's not moving over. Now running down through the Flansgarden. This is where the pace picks up. There's a couple of blind brows and absolutely flat out corners now as you run down towards the bridge before the Schwalbenschwanz, the second chicane. Slightly airborne for a moment over the top of the rise into Flansgarden 2. Magnificent stuff from all of these drivers. Love this.
We got down to just 0.4 of a second, John. First through to third place. It's now stretched almost to 0.6. It's next to nothing, but you're quite right. Bruno Spengler has decided he understands the grunt he's got in that Z4. He knows the Audis are more nimble, but there's precious little opportunity unless you're a fair second or two as lap faster, maybe more than that, to earn your right to go past.
Now here's a challenge. That was a clever bit of driving by Arana. He got up the inside and tried to force the BMW into the wrong line, into Galenkopf, but Spengler reclaimed his bit of the road. Now the guy getting the big tow at the moment is Agustin Canapino, who's third, but can he turn that into a passing opportunity? We know how quick this BMW is. Here comes Arana, and Canapino drops in behind. So second and third on the right-hand side of the road, the leader on the left. Spengler's going to take the short way through the left-hand corner. They're absolutely neck and neck, but the two Audis have basically dragged themselves past in a two-car train, and now it's Audi first and second, BMW third, and Bruno Spengler now has to chase the two Audis and the two more experienced iRacing drivers.
Well, that was a fabulous manoeuvre, a double tow, and those teams, they have different names, but as you pointed out, they sort of work together, the Williams Esports team and the Mahle racing team, which runs under their auspices. But don't forget the BMW Z4, though Bruno Spengler's fallen back to third place, he's very quick. That BMW's very quick out of that final corner. And a bit like Monza before they put the chicanes in, you never wanted to lead onto the final lap of a Grand Prix at Monza. You wanted to get that tow out of the parabolica of multiple cars, if at all possible, and then take the slingshot towards the finish. But that was working as a pair. If it was just one of the Audis trying to challenge the BMW, it wouldn't have been as effective. But the two-car train, one tucked under the wing of the one in front, was super effective. And Spengler, if anything, is falling away off their tail.
This is not going to be the last lap, I don't think. I think we'll get one more at the end of this, because these guys are pushing so hard that I think that the time will elapse just after they've gone across the line. I glanced up as they were heading through the first part of the Grand Prix circuit, and there was still 7 minutes and 58 seconds to go. This is
Oh,
going to be
word.
very tight, as if we've got, I think we might have another lap at the end of this one, Bruce, unless these guys are looking at the clock. There's still 7 minutes remaining now for them to get round the Nordschleife.
Right, okay, John. On this front, if it was 7:58 to go, they're lapping in 7:59. But don't forget, they slightly slowed each other down in the early parts of that lap, stuck behind Bruno Spengler. So there's not a lot of luxury for Alex Rana to back it off by a couple of seconds to make sure, because Canapino, though they've raced together early in this season, there's a lot of pride at stake. He won't want to miss the chance of victory. It's going to be onto a knife edge. And guess who's fastest on the track at the moment? Yes, you're right. Lauren Heinrich still down in 5th place. He's surely not likely. He's got 17 seconds to catch Chad Sedgwick. But over the past 2 laps, he's taken 6 seconds or so off the race leaders. But alas for him, tactics just haven't worked for the BS competition team. They're down in 5th, won't go any higher. But Lauren Heinrich cannot be faulted. He's been the fastest driver in the race, consistently quick. But alas for him, his new teammates just couldn't make it work. Robert Hager was lapping in 8-minute 5s. He needed to be 8 minutes flat, really, to give Heinrich a chance. But Heinrich has put in the drive of the race for me.
Sedgwick has closed down within 5 seconds of a podium now and took 2 seconds out of Spengler last time around. Now, Spengler's dropped a couple of seconds to the 2 Audis, which are pushing off into the darkness. I can't imagine there are team orders. And I can't work out, Bruce, you've got the results. I can't work out which one of these teams at the moment. Can either of these teams beat BMW Bank in terms of the championship? Is there a better way for these 2 cars to finish, if you know what I mean, in terms of maximising the points?
No, I think BMW Bank, having had a 3.5-point lead, is sufficient to the 3rd place to work for them. It's going to come down to small points, but unless they've got the 2 drop scores. No. Let's count it with the ones that got 2 drop scores rather than 1 drop score. So I've got 2 championship tables just to make things really complicated. But I think a 3.5-point lead is enough. Finishing on the podium should be fine for Team BMW Bank. And I don't think Jack Sedgwick has quite got the pace. He was 2 seconds a lap faster last time round, but you know the laps are counting down from lap 22.
If there is another lap, he's 4.6 now on real time at the splits. So he's taking time out of Spengler, also charging is Heinrich. Anything could yet happen. Heinrich is effectively 21 seconds away from a podium finish at the moment. I can't imagine the 2 Audis will do anything to stop them finishing 1st and 2nd, but we've seen odd things happen on the last lap before. This is lap number 22. It's going to be touch and go. We've got 3:47 remaining on the clock. Less than that, actually. 3:41, 3:40. So, remember, in this form of our sport, when the lap time or when the race time elapses, that's your last lap. So there was no white flag last time around, and there will not be a white flag and a last lap board until it gets to 0. Now, if it gets to 0, let's say it got to 0 now, then obviously that would make it the last lap, and where the guys are on the track, they would race to the end of that. But if they go across the line, even if there's only a couple of seconds to go, even if there's a couple of tenths to go, there will be another lap.
I think we're just going to be the one side of that, and it won't be, I don't think there's going to be another lap. It's going to be incredibly close.
All right.
I think literally by a couple of seconds.
Now, remember we mentioned about the Cup 2 category with Claudius Veed. I thought he needed to stop. He did stop last time around, so that means that gap's come right down again to under 20 seconds. So Martin Asher and Claudius Veed still battling but it was getting on for a minute. It's still 20 seconds, but Claudius Veed still holding sway there, with Till Bema in third in the Cup 2 class. In the GT4 category, Carl Jansen's back installed behind the wheel of the championship-winning 303. Sindre Setsas has done his bits. Niels Carstensen has the Team RSO 397 in second. Are they going to be able to do that on 2 stops? I can't believe it. They do. That's very well done indeed. No, he's got to stop again, surely. 7-7. Maybe not. Maybe not. Carstensen maybe... Carstensen maybe has this. And it's Asmussen for H2 Performance. It is Tom Valentini in third place in GT4 for the Sim RC BMWs. Still in TCR, Felix Ludwig and Kimmo Suominen fighting it out within third place in that class. Although, albeit at a bit of a distance, now is Marcel T for Heusingfeld 404. Those guys were in fact, they have been inseparable all the way through the race. Right, 42 seconds to go. And where are the leaders? Here they come. There's going to be another lap. There's going to be another lap. They're coming out of the final chicane now. 28 seconds on the clock. They've done it with time to spare. So now we head on to the last lap. So who's got the performance now? And storming through is Jack Sedgwick. He's only 2.5 seconds away from a podium position with a full lap to go. Officially now, this is the last lap, and we will, after all of the humming, hawing, toing and froing, we will have a 23-lap race.
Throw the notebook out the window. We thought it was close. In the end, 20+ seconds is actually quite a margin to differentiate from one lap to another. So 23 laps it shall be, but look at this, John. 6 seconds covering the top 3, 8 seconds covering the top 4. 24 seconds covering the top 5. That is really impressive after 3 hours of racing. And again, it's down to car performance. It's also down to the overall sort of aggregate performance, if you will, across your drivers. And I think that's why Jack Sedgwick could yet have a tilt, because it's been a very well-balanced lineup. But you can be sure that Bruno Spengler does not want to lose that last place on the podium. I think the Team BMW team that Spengler's driving for has got enough in the bag to take the title, but lose another position, and it could change there and then.
And Sedgwick took another 2+ seconds out of Spengler on the last lap. Ahead of them, Canapino did the 109 car's fastest lap of the race last time around, but he was still 7/10 away from Alex Arana, his one-time teammate. Those two are now split by 1.5 seconds, but don't count anything out yet, because traffic could still play a part. Now, the other thing I've got to work out is where the TCR battle is on the circuit, because they might have another lap to do as well if they don't get lapped again. Now, which carousel is that they're in? Is that the big carousel or the little carousel? That's the big carousel, I reckon. Yes, it is. So I think they'll probably get to the end of the lap before the leaders come around again. Oh, my goodness. What a season. What a race to end the season. Team BMW Bank on the verge of the championship. But it's now down to 1.5 seconds for third position. That's where the battle is, as the leaders head up to the top of the foxhole at Arenberg. Now diving down through that long back right-hander into the foxhole. Try and stay off the curbs down there. And there's traffic ahead of the leader. The lights were flashing from Arana, the man from Bilbao. Wow, how close is this? And Spengler can see the lights now. He'll be able to see the lights now of Jack Sedgwick, who's 1.5 seconds behind him. as he comes to the top of Adenauer Forst. He'll see the distinctive headlights and driving lights of the AMG. It's down to just about a second. Sedgwick knows that that's the car ahead. Their teammates will be talking to them. Pick your spot, Jack. Oh, who's that that's gone off? Right in front of the leader.
It's another
Right
Audi,
in
but
front of the leader.
it's not one of the front runners. It might be the EFP by car collection one, in fact. I think it was. Maybe just trying to keep out of the way. And another factor I want to throw in, John, you also feel if, alas, with Robert Hager not getting up to full pace, if he'd done even 1 lap less in that car, that would be taking Lauren Heinrich about 7-8 seconds closer to the mix, that he'd still be in 5th. Had it been 2 laps left, he could have been in this lead battle. That is how extraordinary it is. Heinrich still lapping in 7 minutes 56s, the others in 7:57s, 7:58s, but the time for him has run out. We've gone past the 3-hour mark. We're completing this final lap, but just what is it now? 1.3 seconds, first to second. Surely Arana has done enough to meet his erstwhile teammate, Kanya Pino.
It's spot on a second now between Spengler and Sedgwick for 3rd and 4th position. Really big moment with a very damaged Audi coming to the top of the hill before Callenhard. The leader got through. It was the car that was being passed that was rather spooked, trying to stay out of the way on the left-hand side and then tried to turn in to Callenhard from a position that, frankly, physics dictate that you are going to come into contact with the Armco on the left-hand side, and that's exactly what happened. But then that was right in front of the Williams Esports Audi of Agustin Canapino. That could have been race-changing for 1st or 2nd place, or indeed both of them, because they are running so close now that to avoid anything that happens ahead would be very difficult indeed. Halfway around
is hanging on, John, hanging on to that 3rd place. Sedgwick is now 0.6 of a second, 0.7 of a second down on him, but they're getting into the final knockings of the last lap of the last race of the 1st DNLS series. Is the BMW driver going to make it to the podium, or will it be a Mercedes taking that final step behind the 2 Audis?
The points are crucial for BMW Bank. They have had the most victories in this 2020 season, but both of the teams ahead have taken a win as well. Wow. Copyright.
I think Team BMW Bank, I think are going to be safe whether 3rd or 4th, because the points differentials are very small between the overall positions at the top. So I think they'll still come away with about 7.5 points, which would be enough, sitting on that 3.5 point.
So here's the question: does Bruno Spengler give that 3rd place up rather than risk Jack Sedgwick, another winner this year with the MANN FILTER Team HTP Winward, risk a collision and then both dropping way down? Because there are still, in terms of the 7 cars at the head of the GT3 field, they're all on the lead lap. So if there was a problem and they either couldn't get back and had to quit back to the pits, or they had to limp back around, now that could be more decisive. So where do you strike the balance?
Caution on the side of Team BMW Bank, I would reckon. They can afford to drop a position or 2 more. It's very dark out on the track. It's very hard to see what's going on. Riding on board with Jack Sedgwick, just looking for the fray, and the fray is Bruno Spengler.
And he's right there, right there. Sedgwick now has to pick his spot. What do we know about the BMW? It is very, very fast in a straight line. Will there be one more chance? The leaders are on the Dottinger Höhe. The 3rd and 4th place battle come on to the Dottinger Höhe right now. Now, is that a bit of traffic as well in front of them? This is the last lap of the last race of the 2020 Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series Digital, powered by VCO. And once again, it's coming down right to the end of the race. No chance for us to sit down, put our feet up. We're on our feet again. It's going to be Alex Arana who anchors home the win for the Mahle racing team. Coming
And
through the last couple of corners now.
has taken 3rd place, John. Cedric into 3rd.
Arana and Sami Matti-Trogen win this one from Canapino and Dominic Steib. It's Audi's first and second with Mahle Racing and Williams Esports. Teammates effectively in the Williams Esports team. And here comes Sedgwick across the line and finishes third for MANN FILTER by half a second from Spengler, who dragged back down the last part of the Dottinger Hütte and almost got that podium. Unofficially, we reckon BMW Bank have won the championship by dint of their superior number of victories this year. BS competition, Lauren Heinrich will finish in 5th position, just 22 seconds off the lead. Then Schnitzelbaum in 6th. Vodafone team Get Speed in 7th. Then it'll be the battle in the Porsche Cup 2 class, which will go to Sim RC ahead of Asher Racing by 17 or so seconds, with WS Racing Cup 2 being brought home by Til Bema. In the GT4 category, it's going to be Core Sim Racing 2 and Carl Janssen with Sindre Setsas, another win for them, ahead of... Oh, and Valentini's in the pits.
Yeah, just
right at the end. Now, did he cross the line? Did he cross the line?
No.
In the pit
lane?
He
fell back one position. He was second when he went into the pits, and he's third listed on the screens at the moment.
So Carstensen nicks second place in GT4 for Team RSO right at the end as Valentini pitted. Now, was that a mistake by Valentini, or did he have to pit? No. That was the end of his 7th lap. So why did he come into the pits? He could have crossed the line. That car's done 7 laps all day.
One of those mysteries covered by darkness, John. I can't help you on that. Strange.
And let's finish off. The TCRs are still racing. That's somewhat appropriate as well, isn't it? Felix Luding and Kimmo Suominen still tied together as one out in the darkness. 3rd place, a little further back, is Marcel T for Heusingfeld 404. They're still having a go at this. Where are they on the track? Difficult to tell in the darkness. Is that coming out of... No, they're not as far around as I thought they were there. They're just coming out of Schwalbenschwanz now. So now they're heading towards the Gallows Hill corner. And there's barely an Audi's length between them. Suominen gets the draft. Now he's got to time the run. Oh no, that was the full carousel, excuse me. That was the full carousel. They've got bags of the lap still to go. So he's got to time his run onto the Dottinger Hütte absolutely perfectly. We'll get some interviews with you for you after these cars have crossed the line. But it seems only right that after the entertainment that TCR have provided us this year, Bruce, that well after everybody else has finished and well after the 3 hours, we are still talking about 2 Audi TCRs in SP3T from 2 of the teams that we've been talking about all year, battling out to finish the season.
Well, they've taken 3 class wins each, and in the case of Marius Golombek, Patrick Gabinci, he's taken 4, but they've been at each other's throats in the nicest way possible all through this season. But I mean, it just sums it up. Their last chance to take a win, and they're scrapping as if it's the opening lap of a 1-lap sprint. Absolutely extraordinary. Each lap nearly 25 kilometres round, and they fight every single metre of it. It's just been brilliant through the course of 2020.
Oh, there's a huge incident for the leader. They've had to go one either side of a slow car, and I think that the leader's been damaged. That looked like a huge incident for Luding in the 476. Catching a slow car exactly where he didn't need it. Had to make his mind up which way to go. He started to go to the right, and unfortunately the slower car, limping back to the line, went the same way. He was on the grass after contact. For a moment, It looked as though the second place car was in trouble as well, but they went to the left. A very slow red car ahead of them in the darkness with suspension issues and just lost it. Looks like they had broken rear suspension already on that red car that they came up to in the darkness, in the night, and drama on the last lap of the season. And Lüting now limping home. Where is Marcel T? How far back is T? Has he already finished? Oh my goodness. The leader hits the red car that was already slow and struggling with damage. Looked to me as though there was suspension damage on the rear of that struggling car, which I'm afraid I still can't identify. It happened so quickly, but Kimmo Suominen will bring home the core car and the last race of the season then, and the last checkered flag of the season. Marius Gollenbeck and Kimmo Suominen take that under the most dramatic circumstances that could have cleaned the pair of them up. And you've got to feel for Felix Lüting and Jürgen Frank. Felix Lüting, no blame attached to him at all. The struggling car ahead of him snapped sideways on a curb just before he got to it, Bruce, and there was really no avoiding it, as poor Felix was already committed to his line.
No, entirely. I mean, the car in front, it was almost 30 degrees out of the norm and filling an awful lot more of the track. But as you said, he'd already committed, Lüting, to going to the right of the car. And then with a very, very quick guess, Kimmo Suominen picked the left. He had a worry. He was on the grass, but he got back onto the circuit and there was no momentum left for poor Felix Lüting. Probably some damage as well. But again, want to just keep checking the positions. Was Marcel T close enough to catch them? I think probably not quite, but what a moment. Deary me.
And still to finish as well, Core Sim Racing, Sindre Setsas and Carl Janssen. They're on the run home now, passing one of the stricken cars on the Dottinger Höhe. Headlights flashing behind as well. But what a series it's been for the GT4 champions. They did enough to have the championship at the last race, and Carl knows he's got the victory. Coming through to the last part of the lap now. No mistakes. Will take the GT4 category. Coming up to the start-finish line now. And in fact finishes a lap ahead of the competition by dint of where he was on the track when the leader finished the race. Team RSO confirmed in second, with the BMW pitting right at the end of the lap. And by the way, I will just say that the TCR category, they might have been a bit short of fuel as well, because they were both coming. Well, certainly the second place car, the car that's finished in second place, the one that was leading on to the first lap with Felix Lüting behind the wheel. I've got a feeling they were coming to the end of their seventh lap there, and they've only
tell you what it has done, John.
Sixth lap. Yeah.
It means that Core Sim Racing started today 0.09 of a point behind.
That's the championship.
They take the title. Sim RC, with that dreadful moment, have lost the title in the TCR class, unless I've got my maths very wrong.
Oh my goodness. So the drama was not just about the race victory, but also the championship title. Now, was it the Ring Versiert Sim Racing car that was unwittingly then part of where that championship went? Because it's very damaged. No, it's the wrong colour, but it's very damaged. That was the car that was involved with the leaders earlier on as they were going on to their final lap. Patrick Jasinski. Lots of lock even to keep that car straight to get it in. And that's what was happening, you see, out on the track. People struggling to get to the checkered flag with bent and damaged cars. And when you've got suspension, severe suspension damage, the car can just snap on you. It looked to me as though that red car in the darkness, whoever it was, just clipped a curb on driver's right with an already damaged car that flicked it sideways into the path of Felix Luding. And poor Felix with not a chance to avoid that. And there will be some real recriminations, I'm sure, in their camp as the leaders come through. Well, let's see if we can get a word with some of the drivers. Marius Gollenbeck is with us now. Marius, it's Hindhoff in the booth here. Man, what a finish to the season and the race. We reckon that might have given you guys the championship. Have you done the arithmetic? Well, I better move, sorry, excuse me. Let's move Marius into Marius Gollenbeck. We reckon that might have given you the championship right at the end there.
That was unbelievable. I have no idea what to say, honestly.
Is our arithmetic right, Marius? We think that that change of position between yourselves there on the last lap of the race, we think that's given you not just the race win, but the championship as well.
Yeah, that's what I have on my spreadsheet as well.
Did you see what happened with Felix? I mean, you guys had been battling all the way through. Nobody wants to see a race or a championship decided like that. But it appeared there was a slow car in trouble right ahead.
Yeah, I've seen it live on board with Kimmo. I've seen that there was a damaged GT4 just on the racing line, parking it, and I think Felix had no chance of avoiding that. And even we got tagged up in it, but he was way off worse, and that's just unbelievable. I mean, after this whole season, I think we both think that the other one deserves the win, but going down like this, and this is just, I don't know what to say.
If you can, sum up the season for me. I mean, it started for the reasons we all know. We've had real-life drivers in here. We've continued. Series 2 is already about to get underway. Tell me your thoughts about the season and about the VCO involvement.
I mean, first of all, it's been massive fun with Thomas Gibson, who did one round, and then Kimmo and Patrick, who did the majority with me together. It's just been great racing all season, especially with SimRC. It's always been hammer and tongue to the end of the race. I mean, we had 2 races where it literally came down to the last corner, and it would have gone down to the last corner again today. I don't think the whole season could have gone any better, to be honest. I mean, obviously, championship is huge, but even performance-wise, we made no mistakes throughout the whole season, and that's just a massive effort from the whole crew. Thanks to Patrick especially. I mean, he's done the majority of the setup revisement after there was some changes on the car. He can't be with us today, just tied up in work and everything, and I mean, this win just goes out to him as much as it does to Kimmo and me.
Congrats on the championship, Marius, and best to the rest of the team.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for covering the whole season. It's been a complete pleasure, and I'm sure to rewatch this one.
Yeah, watch it right to the end. Thank you, Marius Gollenbeck. What a championship, and what a way to end the championship. Drama right to the end. Bruno Spengler is joining us now, just off the podium, Bruno, but we think you've done enough for the championship for Team BMW Bank.
Yeah, it was a close one, very close one. I mean, I've been a little bit out of sim racing for the last couple of months because I've been very busy traveling to the US for the IMSA Championship. So it was a bit tough. I had to, in the last 2 days, I had to try and catch up for all the laps I didn't do in the last month. So I did the best I could, and obviously it was super important not to destroy everything for my mates who have been doing the last 3 races on their own. Obviously I did the first couple of ones with them. We got some good results together, and then they've done a great job, Niels and Kai, in between when I wasn't there. So this race was a very intense one. Our opponents were super fast, unbelievable. We took a bit of a hit from a VOP for this race, unfortunately, but we still managed to bring it home in P4. So I'm super happy. It's a great result. It was a tough championship. Again, the Team Mahle and Team Williams were super strong all season. It was a good battle. I like it. I hope we can do something similar next year again. And thanks so much to my mega fast teammates, Kai and Niels. They did an awesome job all season. Was awesome to drive with them, to be their teammate.
I said during the commentary, if you had won tonight, it would have been a nice bookend to the season. You've worked really hard on your online iRacing series. By your own admission, you've had to do that. When you first tried it, about a year ago, you weren't that good, and you've worked hard, and the guys around you have helped you. Have you enjoyed it, Bruno? Have you enjoyed the whole experience? I know it was born out of us not racing on real tracks, but it's become, I think, for everybody who weren't already involved, I think it's become a bit more than that, hasn't it?
Definitely much more. I mean, I have enjoyed that season, let's say this kind of off season on the sim racing a lot. I learned so much because I really started doing iRacing and sim racing at the end of 2019. So I'm a quite fresh into iRacing, into sim racing. But I enjoyed that season so much. I learned so much from my teammates, with BS competition, and I'm convinced that this kind of training on the simulator with the iRacing and with my mates is making me a better driver in real life too. So I'm really enjoying the season. It's awesome.
Well, I'll be talking about you again at the weekend. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in what I suppose we should call your day job. Good luck in that, mate.
Yeah, thank you. I'm flying there on Thursday, so looking forward to it.
Have a good one, Bruno.
Yeah,
thanks for all your
nice
hard work.
To you again. Bye-bye.
Aye, and you, mate. See you later. Bruno Spengler, what a season it's been for him. Let's have another couple of winners and indeed series champion from the core 303 machine. Carl Janssen, Sindre Setsas. Gentlemen, congratulations. Carl, you finished it off tonight in the dark. Been a great season, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It's been a wonderful season. I don't think we really could have hoped for this much when we started off with the DNLS, but it's been a fantastic season.
And as far as the organisation, the racing, the calibre of drivers, Carl, how would you rate this championship then?
It's been great. We've had great competition like the whole season. The organization has been great too. Social media work has been on a very high note, and yeah, also your broadcasting has been really good. So I think this whole thing coming together is really good, and yeah, it's been a great championship.
It's very nice of you to say, but I'll say to you two who are in the booth with us now, on behalf of all the drivers, you've made it very easy for us. It's been tremendously entertaining and exciting. We've covered it in the way that we would cover any other race because you guys put so much work in. Sindre, what a season. How can you sum that up in this DNLS powered by VCO championship?
It's been crazy. For us as core sim racing to win 7 out of 9 races in this class is unbelievable. Mind you, with 2 different cars, obviously, but once we didn't get the permission to field 2 cars anymore when that many teams wanted to race, which I fully understand that a lot of people wanted to race this when there was no other racing going on, then we had to put all our focus into this car, and yeah, after putting all the focus into one car, we've just absolutely smashed it out of the park, I think. And I love seeing Core win in TCR as well, bringing home 2 championships from this series. Mind you, maybe not as we would have hoped to win with the SimRC car getting there wrecked out in the end there, but even though it's a win nonetheless, and to come away with 2 championships from 2 cars we've entered in this series is amazing for the team. Yeah, it's been great.
It's been quite a remarkable season for us to cover as well. Thank you very much, and particularly thank you for turning out this race, because we know you had the championship wrapped up. You didn't need to. as victory laps go, 3 and a bit hours, 3 hours and nearly 8 minutes of running. That was a pretty long one, but well deserved. Well done, Sindre.
Thank you.
Well done, Carl. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck. We'll see you next series. I hope you'll want to come back and defend.
Yeah, we're thinking of coming back. We have a few different options we're thinking about, so we'll see what's coming up.
Wish you all the best.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you, guys.
Brilliant stuff from all of the drivers making themselves available to us as well.
Fuck yeah.
It's been superb. I think the TV direction has been brilliant to be able to tell the many stories that are unwrapping at all times. And above all, it's been great fun. And I really think this is here to stay, and it's only going to grow and grow, John. It's been fabulous fun.
Bruce, thank you very much for being with me for the majority of these races. It's been Bruce and I, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it as well. Thank you to everyone who has tweeted us at RSL_studio. And of course, our thanks go to VCO and everybody behind the scenes in the organisation and indeed in bringing us the pictures as well. Well done to all of our race winners and the championship winners as well for this inaugural season of the DNLS presented and powered VCO. We've not got long to wait, just next month. In Series 2, a 5-race season that will stretch in towards March next year. And we'll give you details of all of our coverage of that as soon as we have the details ourselves. Thanks for all your support. Tim Gray in London was our executive producer tonight, and across the series, the responsible adult was Eve Hewitt. And to Michael Werner and the rest of the team, and particularly Florian from VCO, thanks for letting us be involved. That was a great 9-race season for the DNLS powered by VCO 2020. Bye-bye.